Okay, so I've started recording. I'm going to start broadcast now and share my screen. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Consultant for various companies and organizations. This presentation will explore the audience and use profile as the basis for helping students make decisions about tone, style, persuasive approach, global considerations, and digital media choices in technical and workplace writing. Several examples will be provided based on case studies. Laura, are you ready to take it away?
I am.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so thank you everybody for joining us this morning about this topic. I just have one technical question, if I might, for the team about getting my slides to display. Got it, and hang on a minute here. We'll just get that going.
Oh yeah.
Now do you see a blank screen, everybody?
We're seeing the ANOVA.
The universe, right?
I see the
Okay.
universe.
Give me
Thanks,
1 second
Laura.
here, and we'll get that going. Thanks everybody for your patience.
Great.
Okay, is everything looking good on the video end here?
Looks great.
Great. Okay, well thank you again everybody for joining us this morning for this discussion, technical and workplace writing in a digital age. It's an interesting topic, especially after this week's election with everybody doing so much writing and email and Facebook, and actually there's a lot of studies, including one from the Pew Internet excuse me, Internet and American Life project that make it pretty clear that today's students, people in that age group, are actually writing more than they ever have before, but they're writing in settings that we might not associate with typical workplace writing or professional writing setting. Although the kind of writing they're doing in Facebook and Twitter and email and so forth actually is being used more and more in the workplace. So part of today's discussion is to try to talk about how to take our rhetorically sound principles of audience and purpose, and maybe work with the audience and purpose worksheet in a couple of the books to engage students about that kind of writing and see what we can learn from them also, which has been a good technique for me. That's the interesting thing about being a college professor, is we get older and the students stay the same age. So we have a lot of opportunity to continue to learn from the new generations of students that are coming in with a whole bunch of different kinds of ideas and practices about communicating in an age where they've been raised with this technology. So let me just change slides here. Okay, so everybody remembers all the predictions about the paperless society. Seems kind of funny now. I'm just looking around at my own desk. I have piles of paper everywhere. I probably have less paper than I used to, and I think I'm seeing that with undergraduate students as well, with papers submitted in Word and giving them comments with track changes features and things like that. But still, there's a lot of paper, and I think it's pretty fair to say that in workplace settings, most documents exist in both paper and digital formats. And PDF actually is a good example of a technology that retains the formatting of a hard copy document and yet allows the document to be circulated widely. Of course, some documents are completely web-based. So for example, if you go to like the Mayo Clinic website to look up some information about a medical condition or a drug, that would be a completely web-based piece of information. But often there are just multiple versions of documents. That seems to be really the way that a lot of documents are constructed now. So there's a hard copy version, and then there might be various online versions. There could be a web-based version. There could be a small summary of it posted to Twitter and so forth. And then there are these kind of new types of what we might call documents, or some people might call genres, or communication types. Email being the most obvious one, although it's not that new anymore, and most of you know students think about email as kind of their parents' generation technology, but it is the most widely used form of communication in the workplace and probably at school too. I think most of us know that students will email you rather than come by your office hours, or at least that seems to be the trend. Other new types of information, Twitter, Facebook, obviously, blogs, which have been around for a while, but still a kind of relatively new format. And then these customer review sites, which have been kind of interesting to me lately to see how people write on those, but more interestingly in terms of workplace communication, how do the people who work at those companies respond particularly to like a negative review in a site like Yelp or TripAdvisor or something, and I've been seeing some interesting examples of that. So of course audience and purpose are the two big questions for any type of technical communication. These are the two big questions where we try to engage students in the rhetorical nature of all communication. And you know, typically we will ask students, who is your primary audience? Who is this document or communication intended for primarily? Who might be some secondary audience members? And then, you know, we kind of go from there and ask, what do they know? What do they care about? What do they understand? What level of technicality is appropriate? And what kind of document might be appropriate? We also ask about purpose. What's the primary purpose of the document? And typically we would ask, is it mainly to inform? Is it mainly to persuade? Obviously all communication has multiple levels of purpose, but there's usually some kind of a primary purpose. I think the Mayo Clinic example I offered a minute ago would be an informative communication type where people need information. It's not task-oriented necessarily. So the main thing that I think is important with all these new writing practices and new writing formats or forms moving about and changing really quickly is just that these key rhetorical principles always apply. And in one of the books we actually talk about templates, like the kind of templates that come with Microsoft Word and other word processing documents, and how those templates are nice. They're nice to have, but you know, you should really you still need to consider audience and purpose first before you just let the computer start formatting things for you. So when we talk about digital documents, a big piece of this kind of these new formats is the delivery, and there's some interesting features about digital delivery that are worth considering, and I think make for nice discussion points in class as you get to an assignment where you might be working on the report or proposal, that kind of final project that's due, and you can talk about the relationship of that, the hard copy version, and then what happens if it goes into a digital format or summaries are sent out via email or Twitter or something. And the first interesting thing that I don't think students actually really think about all that much, because it's so natural for them. It's just been part of their landscape, their whole lives is this notion of speed, which is that obviously documents, messages, packets of information travel really quickly, and you know, obviously in some cases instantly or almost instantly, like a chat of some sort. And that's something interesting to consider when, and I'll mention this in a minute, but if the audience is mainly supposed to be an internal audience and it's something sent via email and somebody decides to post that somewhere. So these make for some interesting discussion points about how to anticipate audience and purpose. And I've got some examples of that coming up toward the end. The next interesting variable in all this, of course, is reach, and that, you know, one click of the mouse button, click enter or send, and the document or information can reach hundreds or thousands of people, and then even then people can then forward and retweet. And that can just continue to really increase what we would call the readership or the audience participation with that document. Probably, and again, it's the kind of unanticipated situation that I think provides some fun opportunities to talk to students about specific cases and how they might anticipate for that. Last but not least, of course, is the notion of authorship and how you can really know who authored the document or where it comes from, and how people assess the credibility or how people trust what they receive based on what kind of factors. There's a couple of studies now that have shown that the primary way that people assess whether a web-based document is credible or not is the way it looks, and that's a really interesting discussion about design and how powerful the look and feel and design of a document is, particularly online, when people may not always know whether you're a dog or not. So, and this cartoon's from Peter Steiner, and you've seen it a lot. We're just using it here to make that point. So what does all of this mean for audience and purpose? Well, as I think I used the word unpredictable a minute ago, but audiences, it's unpredictable in some way unless something is really tightly controlled on an intranet, and even then we can think about WikiLeaks and situations where information has leaked out. But we all often talk about primary and secondary audiences, but there's kind of this other category now, unpredictable or unanticipated, and how can we maybe do a better job anticipating that. I think this is easiest to teach in the context of a case study in technical communication 12E. We've got the consider this boxes. There are places where you can engage students in some kind of real-world examples that that can give you an opportunity then to say, you know, could we have done a better job thinking about those other readers of the document. And similarly with the purpose of the document, what's the primary purpose, what other purposes may it be put to, and then what can we think about in advance as unanticipated. So kind of 3 examples just to get us thinking a little bit. The most obvious one that I think is pretty easy to talk about in class, you can find a lot of examples of this online. We've got some pointers to this in a couple of the books too. Is just that famous email message that somebody sends at 5 p.m. on Friday that they're a little disgruntled about what's going on at work, and they send it to their coworker, and on Monday morning it ends up with the company vice president and up on a slideshow for the whole organization or something like that. So that's always an interesting one to talk about. And the one audience, the person you thought was going to read it, it really went well beyond that. Facebook postings are a really interesting opportunity to talk to students about audience, and we could probably just talk about that here all day. But with undergraduates in particular, the idea that you're trying to persuade your friend about some particular topic, or you're talking about something you did on the weekend, or all these examples now that are pretty common and easy to find online. And it suddenly gets whatever you posted ends up being mentioned at your first job interview. So this is kind of anticipating audiences that you may not have thought of initially. So that's another interesting one. And then I think I talked about this a minute ago, but just you have a PDF version of a report, mainly intended for internal audiences and may find its way on the internet. And some other examples are sort of less about things leaking in a way than just about situations where, because you can make the document available in an online setting, you actually want it to be set up for multiple audiences. So that becomes interesting too, then, a conversation about how you might have certain parts of the document that are written for more technical people and certain parts that are written for a non-technical audience. And I think you see that kind of layering on purely web-based documents, where it'll say click here if you're a physician, or click here if you're the patient. And then you can have a good discussion about word choice and technicality of the language, and whether to provide a glossary and those kind of things. So, audience and purpose generally has been an opportunity to articulate those points about who will be reading the document and what the document is meant for. And then from that, students would make a series of rhetorical choices appropriate for that situation. One choice being, what's the right type of document for the situation we have here. How formal or informal should it be? How technical can it be? What's my primary goal? Is it to persuade or inform? How long should this be? And then finally, how should we deliver it? And in some ways, the delivery medium, which is related to document type, actually tends to drive some of those other decisions in some ways, particularly length. Another interesting discussion point is just that you may pick one document type, but you may want to have other layers to it, like a Twitter feed or something like that. So the audience and purpose profile in strategies as well as technical communication 12E, we think about primary audiences and secondary audiences, as we talked about before. But then it would be fun to take that form and work with students about, if digital delivery will be involved, who are some other potential readers we might think about for this document? Is it internal, but could it also be potentially used, or on purpose or not, externally? Is it just going to be local, or does it have more of a global readership? And just what are some other unanticipated situations we might think about? What are the technical backgrounds of these readers? Could we layer the information or do something modular so that people can access the information that they need? And then it's just always interesting to ask the students to consider other variables. I find, with working students, they have a lot of good examples from being on the job, and with students who've had internships, they have something interesting to say about that. So now we have sorry, my slide didn't change, I think. Yeah. Or maybe that slide's the same as the other one. Yeah, so getting then to the question of unanticipated uses, are there potentials where you might want to think about places where the material might be, people might cut and paste it, and that's a really interesting thing to talk about too. If someone takes a particular paragraph that is describing a technical procedure and uses it somewhere else. I mean, you can't necessarily control for all these things, but you can certainly talk about that and any other kind of persuasive purposes that you might be able to think about. So I want to talk for a minute then about the audience and purpose worksheet and how you might take that and then modify it for the particular assignment. I think in the books, it's considered to be a basis, and then you would modify that. You would use it based on the assignment, but it might be fun to have your students, think a little more about the situation, the context, and then to add some sections about digital documents and digital delivery. So here, this is from Strategies, the 12th edition, or excuse me, from Technical Communication 12th edition. Here under the length and detail that belongs in the document, the format, the medium, and then from that you can think a little bit about the tone and loop back and think about the technical background or whether if it's going to be distributed online, there's a broader cultural context. So those are some of the things you can consider, tone and style, which is also a whole other interesting topic. Maybe we could do something on that down the road, but just on the kind of formal, informal, politeness norms and so forth that happen in online settings, and sort of adapting your everyday writing habits, like to your friends in an email, to workplace communication. That's also a really interesting topic. And there's something else kind of interesting here too to think about with students, which is online reading habits. Even a PDF document that is, PDF purposely retains the formatting of a print document. Actually, people read differently on the screen. Even with today's nice flat screens that don't curve at the edge, or some of those other issues that we knew about online reading early on, it's interesting to think about the shape of your computer screen tends to be different than the shape of a page. So you'd have to turn your most computer monitors sideways to get the shape of the page. And then you can also highlight in that discussion with students this notion of speed and reach, which we talked about before. This is from Strategies for Technical Communication, the second edition. This is kind of a fun thing to do with students too, and this is just one example, but once you've narrowed it down and decided, you know, this has to be a short message to the whole organization, it has to go out quickly, and maybe the organization has something set up with text messaging, you know, when to choose one over the other. And in the book we've got just this one example of when you might choose a text versus an email. So you could set up a grid like this where you talk about who's the audience, start with maybe the primary audience, people in that organization. You could add secondary audience, you know, will this go to the news media or something? What's the purpose? You know, to update people about a new product line we're going to be working on or something like that. How should we write that message? Style, content, and then should we use email or a text message? And that's just one example. You could substitute web, hard copy, and so on. So I think I have 4 short examples, and then we'll wrap up, and I believe after that there's time for questions. The first example is one we talked about a little bit before, which is an email that goes out to unanticipated readers. That the primary audience you had in mind was that individual coworker, but oops, it went to managers, it went to the news media, it went to the legal department. What things could the writer have considered in advance? Is it possible to control for audience when email is the delivery medium? You know, sometimes you get email from people, they're writing from work, it has that really long disclaimer on the bottom that says, if you were not the intended recipient of this message, please don't read it or something. I don't know if that necessarily works. That might be something a lot of students probably have never seen a disclaimer like that on an email. That would be something fun to talk to them about and interesting. Maybe in that case, depending on what the person's purpose was for sending that message, there might be other ways to deliver it that would be more secure. The second example is one that I referenced earlier also, which is a PDF version is created of a hard copy document. It's sent as an email attachment, and it gets circulated a little more widely than expected. It's not a confidential document, but it has a lot of shop talk. It has a lot of abbreviations, acronyms, technical terms meant for that original internal audience. Were there any choices available for the writer based on considering that this might go out a little more widely once it gets sent electronically? For example, could you have a section, an abstract or summary that's more accessible to people who are not technical experts? Could you have a glossary? Those kind of decisions. Another example, and this I think is really interesting to talk about, to take some print documents and think about how that might be summarized for a website that offers maybe summaries of that information, and then how someone might send out a really quick summary of that on Twitter. In technical communication, we have a nice chapter on summarizing information, and we've got a section in there where we talk about if that's summarized, then the web is a good place for a summary because you can actually link to the longer document, and that's a good example of layering or having multiple entry points for different audiences and different readers. So first would just be an interesting assignment or discussion about how to adapt that longer version for a website, and then let's all try to summarize a 200-page document in 140 characters or less, and including URL. And you know, these days most people will take that really long URL and they'll go to like Google URL shortener and convert it into a really little link so it doesn't take up as many characters. And the last example, and then we'll wrap up, is a website with medical information for patients. And this is always a nice kind of grounded example for students because everybody's, either been to the doctor or has a family member who has, so you can think about then how you would determine the information needs or what questions people would have, what's their technical background, what level of technicality or medical language is appropriate, and then how would that function as a website as opposed to being a hard copy document. And there's plenty of good examples out there and a lot of nice formats evolving. I think the Mayo Clinic site is one example that I mentioned. You could have students compare some of those. WebMD is another one that I think has more ads on it, but that becomes interesting too, to talk about the relationship of the design, and then to look really closely at the kind of language that's used when, because of it being a freely accessible website, the whole world is potentially the audience. So how did they work with different layers of technical information? So just to wrap up here before we have some questions, workplace documents are obviously, paper has not gone away, and there's still a really good role for paper documents. Like if you really want to make sure something isn't distributed that quickly, you can pass around some paper and let people review print documents. Print documents are also, I think, still considered more formal. If you look at something like a budget document from the government, when that comes out, it's bound, and so. But this whole idea that so many things are delivered digitally really gives us an opportunity to work with students on more complicated questions about audience and purpose, and kind of learn from some of their knowledge too, as they've been called digital natives. And they really have a lot of good insights, I think, into working with information in digital environments. But part of what we need to stress is just that the basic rhetorical principles still apply about effective communication, and that just you don't start with the medium necessarily. You start with who you're intending to write to, what the purpose is, anticipating some unanticipated readers and purposes, and trying to still use the basic rhetorical skills or principles to create that communication. I really enjoy asking the students to find examples and learn a lot from their experiences, depending on the kind of work experience they've had. As I said, even if they've had just an internship, they often have some really interesting insights about what it was like to shift from texting their friends to using a cell phone as a workplace communication. And I think one of the things I hope to share today was just the opportunity that you might take to take an audience purpose worksheet and work with students on that to fit the different situations that might be discussed as part of some of the assignments for various document types and contexts and situations for a technical and professional writing and communication class. So I think I was supposed to go for 30 minutes. It's 9:30 my time, and I want to thank you all very much, and I think now we take questions.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Laura. I'm wondering. I like the approach to having students, analyze these texts, and especially relative to audience and purpose. And I'm wondering, what kind of texts do you have them produce? Are they, when you talk with them about digital writing? I was just kind of interested in what kind of assignments you have for producing those digital texts themselves.
Oh, so do you mean like a website or something like that, or?
Yeah, are those is that sort of where your class is leading them? I was really taken with this idea, disturbing as it is, that credibility of a digital text is often adjudicated on the basis of its appearance, and so I was kind of thinking about that as you were talking about them analyzing the texts, I wondered, are they also producing texts of their own, and what's the relationship between analysis and creation?
Oh, right. Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking on campus yesterday about trust, the idea of how trust is established as a communication theory, but also with documents and anything we encounter. And it's the same with people. I think good old Aristotle said that ethos was the primary mechanism by which an argument is accepted or not. In other words, it's the most powerful of the appeal, so the character and credibility of the speaker, or in this case, the character and credibility of the document, often seems to come through in the look of it first. So I think there's a really powerful relationship between having students critique things and then applying what they found to their own assignments. So one example would be, I really like to work a lot with medical information because I think it's something everybody can relate to. So having students look at some websites related to maybe some really common kind of applications like aspirin or something is something everybody knows, and then thinking about how you would take that information and write. We might construct a scenario for writing a memo to a physician about a change in a prescription or something, or how to use it, versus how to write, like if you look at a website for like a popular brand of aspirin, how to write those chunks of text that would be accessible to everyday readers. So that would be like then you would really start talking about the kind of language you could use, even the length of the sentences that can happen in a web-based reading. So it's kind of, I enjoy taking one assignment and then trying to sort of split it up into various kinds of writing projects so that we're thinking about that layered effect. So you might have, or you might have something else where the primary role is to write a report. I think for most technical writing classes there's a report or a big proposal or feasibility study due at the end, but then let's take a step from that and say, well, what would happen if we had to create a short summary for that on a website and maybe send out a little press release on Twitter or something, or something like that. As far as web design goes, I think that's pretty hard to teach in a class where you have a whole lot of other assignments due, but one of the approaches we've taken to that in the books is just to give rhetorical principles or some good guiding principles for overall for web design, and then it kind of depends on whether you're going to take your class more in that direction or or not. You can certainly sketch out web pages and look for really good examples of web pages. So
it's interesting while you were talking about having students kind of like thinking about that the layered effect and the repurposing or refashioning of text. I was thinking about what you said earlier about the importance of tone and topic, and that would be a good topic for a presentation in the future. But tone is so much a part of some of those changes that you could make to a text as well. So I can see where that would come into your thinking.
Right. Yeah. So there's a lot of discussion now about the level of informality that seems to either be inspired by using digital tools or what. I mean, that's a whole discussion about how much do you blame the technology versus just our own behavior. That's a whole different topic, really. But I mean, it does seem that if you look at like the past 25 years worth of research on computer-mediated communication, and you can see that there is this sort of shift toward more informal kinds of writing. And of course with texting, it doesn't matter how you spell, it's speed that really matters, getting things done as quickly as possible. And some of that, flowing back over into settings that have traditionally been considered more formal. And, when is that appropriate and when is that not? And that's a really great, that's why I said that could be sort of a whole interesting follow-up discussion, because that becomes a really nice place to engage students in where they're already writing anyway a lot in their day-to-day lives, and then talk about you know, how would you construct that same kind of message if you were writing to your professor or you're writing to your manager. I mean, we already know they write to their professor in pretty informal ways anyway, but you know, just to talk about that, you know, the difference in tone, style, and when you make those shifts and how you make those shifts, and just simple things like the fact that email, the structure of email was modeled around the memo. You know, it has to,
Right.
from, subject, date, and yet, you know, we kind of think that if it's a formal situation, you should say dear so-and-so or have a salutation, which typically memos didn't use salutations, so you know, just that kind of a discussion when the medium is sort of a crossover between a few different things, you know, what's appropriate in what settings. And that's why I kept coming back to sort of basic rhetorical principles, because in the end, those are the things we have to really ask ourselves. Is that appropriate for this setting, for this audience, and for whatever my goal might be? We got an example in the books of a informal email, sort of inappropriate tone, and then kind of a revision of it. So that's something people can look at.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't really thought about it as a, you know, as having come from the memo, and it is such an odd hybrid, the way, you know, some people will use it like a memo to convey information, and other people, you know, seem to think of it like a substitute for the telephone, where it's conversational, and you can see those two very different communication styles kind of unfolding in that same genre, which is interesting to observe. So.
Or sometimes the email becomes the cover memo to the memo, right? So you get the email that says, you know, please see attached memo from Vice President so-and-so, and then there's this nice PDF on letterhead attached. And, you know, that's an interesting conversation point too. You know, if you go back to audience and purpose, what's the reason for choosing that electronic version of something, hard copy with the logo and the letterhead on it and attaching? I mean, it's obviously a different level of formality. It has more durability in a certain way. Like a print document would be a little more durable because you probably download that PDF. Some people might print it out, absurd as that sort of seems, but that people might actually print it out. You know, they might pin it up on a bulletin board or something so they can see whatever's in there. So you know, that goes back to that question of audience and purpose, and what would be the reason for writing the memo that way versus just sticking the text of it into an email message.
Yeah, that's interesting to think about too. I was just thinking of an email conversation I had with a student earlier this week, where the student wants to have everything, even from an online class. They're like, well, can you just send it to me as an attachment? And I'm thinking, well, it's an online class, so I didn't really have the expectation that students would want, you know, everything in hard copy, but, you know, and certainly not, you know, a digital native, which this student is a dual credit student, so maybe, you know, 18 years old. So it was really kind of surprising to me, and I've been sort of puzzling over why the student would want that, but I think it has to do with you know, probably the student's study practice and how they want to use the document, maybe even as a reminder to do the work from the class by putting it on the desk. And, you know, you started the presentation talking about all the talk there used to be of going paperless and how we've kind of whittled down our papers, but I'm sitting here with 3 different piles of papers, as well as, you know, my computer and my 2 monitors, and they do all seem to have different almost different cognitive purposes.
Right. Well, you know, I think that's why people print. Is it's still true that we read more slowly with print documents, and maybe even absorb more than we do on the screen. I mean, the evolution of these e-readers, though, is changing that a lot, because you can control for the fonts and the size of the page, and the lighting is different on them, and they're actually the shape of a page. So that's kind of changing. That's changing that a lot. But I know it's interesting. I'm teaching a seminar this semester, and all the readings are either PDF or links to articles. And we come to class, and you know, a lot of students have printed them out and highlighted them. I mean, with the physical highlighter. And this is a seminar in, you know, Internet Studies, Theory, and Research. So it's kind of interesting. You know, they don't need batteries. You don't need to sit near a plug.
Right.
And there is that cognitive, that relationship to reading speed. So in a way, that's an interesting tweak also to audience and purpose, which is, you know, there are times where you want someone to read something very quickly. But there might be times where you want them to read it in a more studious kind of way, and then it's probably better to veer towards something that's designed to be printed.
Yeah, that's it. That actually connects to the previous session where the presenter was talking about getting students to read complicated texts, and the way the relationship to a complex text differs, and the way the approach to it should differ. So
Right.
That's interesting. Well, I think we have a lot to talk about, Laura, in future conferences. So maybe we'll kind of resurrect the question of tone and topic or something else at a future conference. I've really enjoyed having you today. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. All right, everyone. We're going to start our next session in just about 15 minutes, and that will be on analyzing the use of sources in model papers and essays with Dr. Jim McDonald. So please tune in for that.
see.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Pearson's Speaking About Writing online conference. I'm Amy Berger, the Faculty Development Programs Manager for Pearson English. I'm glad you could join us today, and I hope you'll find the ideas presented by our speakers valuable for your teaching. For those who are new to our conference, I have a few quick reminders before the session begins, with apologies to those who've heard the reminders in a previous session. If you're listening in by phone, please know that this is not a toll-free number. For that reason, we recommend that you select Use Mic and Speakers so you can listen toll-free through your computer's speakers or a headset. You may notice that your line has been muted. This is done to minimize ambient noise as well as interruptions for our speakers. We encourage you to ask questions using the box marked Questions on the right-hand side of your screen. You can pose your question at any time during the presentation, and when the formal presentation is over, I'll use the remaining time to ask as many of your questions as possible. Any questions we don't get to will be forwarded along with your email address to the speaker directly, so all questions will be answered one way or another. Please include the school or institution with which you're affiliated at the beginning of your question. We'd also like to remind you that you can sign into and out of the conference and attend as many sessions as you would like over the course of the day. Okay, so let's get started with our next presentation, which is titled Analyzing the Use of Sources in Model Papers and Essays. Our speaker is Dr. Jim McDonald, Professor of English and Head of the Department of English at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, where he's taught for 25 years. Jim received a PhD in English from the University of Texas at Austin with a concentration in rhetoric. He is the author of the Pearson composition textbook, The Reader, as well as editor of the Allen & Bacon Sourcebook for college writing teachers, and he's the co-editor of Mardi Gras, Gumbo, and Zydeco, Readings in Louisiana Culture. He's published a number of articles on composition and rhetoric, often focusing on writing centers and labor issues in composition, in journals such as College English, the Writing Center Journal, WPA, the Writing Lab Newsletter, English Journal, Kairos, and the Journal of College Writing, as well as in several book collections. His presentation will illustrate source analysis with both an academic paper and a popular publication, and discuss the ways in which sources are used outside of academic writing, for example, in popular genres where they support and enliven claims, as well as provide opposing arguments. And his aim is to demonstrate that the need for documentation is not confined to research papers, but is a responsibility of most writers, regardless of genre. Jim, are you ready to get started? Jim, I know you're there.
Hello? Hello. Can you hear me now?
Hi, Jim. We gotcha.
Hi. All right. What you're looking at right now is part of the website for the citation project. I thought that would point that project out to you. It's run by it's a long-running research project out of the University of Syracuse under Professor Rebecca Moore Howard and others that is looking at how students are actually using their sources, citing them, quoting them, plagiarizing them, and the findings published so far are pretty disturbing. Right? There's little sign of that students are evaluating their sources. There's a lot of what Professor Howard calls patch writing, which she prefers to plagiarism, really botched paraphrasing that does not that doesn't come from a desire to cheat, doesn't come from academic dishonesty. A reliance on quotation and paraphrasing with very little summary, which Professor Howard and others argue summary is very important for being able to do critical analysis, critical thinking about a source, for setting up commentary and analysis of a source, and little sense of the nature of sources. Some of that's tied to the internet. That is, it's harder for students to know that they're dealing with a reference source from the internet, while you know, in the library they know when they're using an encyclopedia, then they know when they're using a reference text rather than a academic article or a news article. And so we're seeing, they're seeing a lot of sources that 20 years ago we wouldn't have expected students to use. So anyway, what I want to discuss is that writers use research in all kinds of genres, but they don't document them in the same way that we do in academic articles and student papers. There are different expectations about that audiences have about how much documentation is necessary. There's different sense of patience about with looking at footnotes and bibliographies and giving information about sources depending on the genre and the form where something is published. But that doesn't mean that because the reader isn't told what where information and opinions and ideas come from, that writers aren't expected to provide that information somewhere. There's a very funny movie on Funny or Die, starring Bill Murray, called Fact Checkers Unit. And it's about a pair of fact checkers who are working for a magazine, and a writer comes in with her articles, and they have to go through all the facts that she claims in that, and she has to provide the documentation for that. But they get down to one fact that is unsupported. Does Bill Murray drink milk just before going to sleep? And so the fact checkers end up breaking into Bill Murray's house. Bill Murray finds them, decides, oh, let's just hang out for the day, watching TV and doing all kinds of activities, and then they wait till he is ready to go to bed and watch to see whether he has a drink of milk. He does, and so then they go back to the office and they are able to say, yes, that fact is checked. The article is ready to be published. This is how facts and documentation work with a lot of popular magazines, newspapers. Editors will be going over it, fact checkers will be going over it, but there's a decision being made by the writer and others about what documentation readers need. For example, give an example here from Newsweek, Ezra Klein's A Nativist Argument for Immigration, and he does not give you the source of this statistic. Since 2001, we've gone from offering 195,000 highly skilled visas to about 65,000 today. He doesn't give the source about visas here. That's not unusual. Typically, unless if a statistic isn't new, if a government report isn't a news story, the sources of a statistic usually aren't provided in magazine articles and editorials or newspapers. I think the assumption I would make here is that this information is provided by some kind of government document, maybe out of the State Department. But that's something that if we were writing an academic article, we'd have to provide the source. That's something, if a student is writing a paper, we would expect that student to provide the source of that statistic. That is almost something students generally know that, or at least realize that a statistic is something specific enough, you better provide that information. I think when removing students as they're reading for popular genres of nonfiction as well as academic genres of nonfiction, we have to show students how the documentation works in a different way. And I would say, one exercise you could take is, all right, what would you do to convert Ezra Klein's article into a student into something acceptable in a student paper? What would have to be done here with parenthetical documentation and bibliography to make these claims legitimate claims for a college paper, as well as probably some kind of discussion about, well, why did Newsweek decide not to include that information for the reader? Because almost certainly that Newsweek has that information that Klein had to give his editor and others at Newsweek sources. You might even bring up in something like this, or looking at perhaps a more controversial article where there are anonymous sources, that has become a big issue for journalists. What information about anonymous sources should be provided to readers if you're going to publish something based on an anonymous source, as well as what kind of documentation, what kind of backup do you need for an anonymous source? Is that person, that source, enough to be able to state whether to publish this information, or whether you need something more than that? All right. I would argue that the teacher is not just the reader of a student paper, but also the fact checker. That's one of the reasons we require documentation, because somebody needs, besides the student, besides the writer, needs to be able to check the sources and facts of the paper. And in a classroom, that's going to be the teacher, unless you work out something else. You're going to be checking how effective the student is doing, is paraphrasing, quoting, avoiding accidental plagiarism or patch writing, or working through that process of learning how to paraphrase and summarize without effectively, competently, is part of that. And I think that it makes sense to discuss. Well, one of the differences between an academic article and, say, a news article is that many of the readers of academic articles are very interested in the research and the sources that the writer consulted. Scholars want to test that out. They're going to be, they won't necessarily accept what someone says just on the face of things. They may, and students may as well want to know about the sources, because they may want to look at those sources themselves if they're unfamiliar with them, and make use of them in their own research. I mean, that's part of a standard way of teaching students to do research. Check the bibliographies of books and articles that you're using that you think are good sources, and take a look at some of what they're looking at for part of your research. That's not something that you normally find going on in a news article, although sometimes, certainly not with all the information provided in that. We have hybrid works, like I would say Doris Kerr and Goodwin's A Team of Rivals, Mike Rose's The Mind at Work, that are both academic and popular, and really have two audiences. And so We don't find parenthetical documentation at the end of sentences or quotations. We don't find footnote numbers, but there are notes at the back of the book to identify each source of information for on each page for anything that's coming from research for that course, so that you have the traditional documentation, but it's handled in a different way, because many of the readers of those works will find the academic documentation practices distracting. But I think the differences between how academics handle documentation and how popular magazines, newspapers, and books handle documentation contributes to students' lack of awareness of how writers conduct research and use sources across a range of genres, academic genres, student genres, and popular genres. Students often think that research is something that only goes into a research paper, or maybe you go to a source when you don't feel confident enough about analyzing a poem on your own, so you want to take a look at what other how someone else has analyzed that and use that in your own analysis. And even with that, there's a sense, if I was a stronger critical reader, I would need research really wouldn't be necessary in that. And I think it's because the way part of that is the way we focus on documentation in student writing makes it harder for students to see research that is documented in other ways in other genres. And of course, we're also dealing with the fact that students, 18, 19-year-old students, most of them haven't read a lot of nonfiction on their own, and certainly not in critical ways. So I think it's useful then to do some analysis with students in the classroom of sources in as writers use them. And I'm going to take a look at a couple here. This is from the journal Young Scholars in Writing, an undergraduate research journal that publishes articles, pretty much all of which originated as research papers in college and university classes, including in every issue 2 or 3 research papers from first-year writing classes. And this one we're going to look at is Texting and Writing by Michaela Cullington, who was a freshman at Marywood University in Pennsylvania, and is looking at the question of, does texting that students do affect their writing? I would say one thing, you could start by doing an analysis of her use of sources, is taking a look at her works cited. And what does that tell you about her research and her process? Okay, and if you take a look here, there's actually a nice range of sources. We have several news articles, Star Tribune, USA Today. I think there's something else in here, but at least a couple of then news articles written for professors, and administrators and teachers. An article from Inside Higher Education and NEA Today. We have works by linguists David Crystal and Dennis Barron, and then some research articles by reading researchers doing empirical research in professors of education. Here, something from Reading Research Quarterly, and another from the New England Reading Association Journal. Okay. You can also look, she's been careful to have current sources. We see pretty much things that were published 2007, between 2007 and 2009. Nothing earlier than 2007. It's an impressive range of academic and scholarly research, and academic and popular research, empirical research, as well as kind of opinion pieces or popular articles that deal with something that people are concerned about, but perhaps and wondering about. It's not just a bunch, a mishmash of sources, I would say. I think there's a plan here. On top of that, as she describes under methods, she did additional research. She interviewed 2 of her former teachers from high school. She interviewed 7 students, and she made about their text speak and their writing. And she made a point of saying that though that's not a lot of students, she tried to get students who are very different from each other and have different opinions. And she examined student papers to look for evidence of text speak in their writing. So this isn't just an argument from authority. It's not a research paper that is basically trying to decide which expert is right. Her first 2 sections really set up the issue as a debate. Concerns about text speak deals with the opinions of how text speak hurts writing, and then responses to concerns about text speak are claims that text speak either has no effect on writing, or actually has a good effect on writing, on student writing. She makes a lot of use of informing students within the text about her sources. I think here she's using an article from USA Today, 2008, but it's interesting that she doesn't make this about the journalist who wrote the article, but about the source that the journalist used, the statistic coming from the National Center for Education Statistics. That the article quotes Jackie Ream, a former teacher and author of KISS, Keep It Short and Simple. Okay. She does that throughout the essay, either giving information about the author of her source or giving information about the sources that that journalists used in their news articles. Naomi Barron, a linguist professor of American University, a Minnesota teacher of 7th and 9th graders, an English teacher, probably a high school English teacher, I think. As a result, we get a sense of this being a debate or an argument going on primarily among teachers, middle school, high school, and universities, rather than among journalists and the media. That's in there, but it's mainly an argument that teachers are having, as well as some scholars that looking at language and technology. And as she gets into her own research, she makes a move away from a discussion or explanation of the argument into research that's more and more empirical. She's moving less away from the experts into actually looking at what students are doing. So she's doing that not only in her own study, which is focuses on a particular question: does text speak in some way affect the spelling and punctuation and grammar and use of acronyms in student papers? She's looking at that rather than some of the concerns about, well, does it make about texting giving students more practice with writing and that being good, more confidence about writing, more audience awareness. Those things she decides not to really deal with. But so she discusses her own findings, but she's also looking at sources that are looking at the same similar kinds of research. Dennis Barron's book, A Better Pencil, Readers, Writers, and Digital Revolution. At this point, she's not interested. She's less interested in his opinion than in what he says he sees students doing in their writing, and in his survey of what they're doing. Here he's saying that college students find text speak immature and childish, and they stop doing it even in high school. We have the Shaw, Carlson, and Waxman article. She brings into a study of 86 students taking an Introduction to Education course, and finding found very little evidence of text speak in their writing. So she's also looking at the teacher interviews to kind of, because the teachers at this point are closer, are observing student writing themselves, although that is more anecdotal, and she puts less weight in that. She ends up finally using herself as a support, as a source. How she writes in text. She says she sends and receives about 6,400 texts a month, but she never uses text speak in her own writing. If you look at it's not a conclusive study, but she's done a good job of challenging those who argue that text speak is damaging student writing in this paper, and I think it encourages students to, who might read this to look into this themselves, to take a look at their own writing, their classmates' writing, their friends' writing, to see as well as that, are the findings that she's finding with the paper she's looking at and these other sources true in their papers, with other papers, if you look at that, because especially considering how widely held the idea is that text speak is hurting student writing. I think before we move on to one more piece, I think it's good to see to note how she is using paraphrase, quotation, and summary. So here with Ream, you see that she starts with a quotation, then moves into, I would say here, a summary rather than a paraphrase. It's really a couple sentences that get beyond what might be said in an individual sentence. Here for because it's an interesting quotation, but most of it she is putting in her own words. So you get here she uses just the word parrot from Ream, and the rest is put in her own words. You can see here she seems to have a pretty firm grasp on what Ream is saying. She's Cullington's voice is coming through, and she's deploying quotations that with interesting language, and here with Parrott, she's choosing that, I would say, for the negative connotation, to really get the critical part of this out. And this is something she does throughout. She does not overquote. She also steps back and can say in one sentence what might have taken a page for this or longer for the writer to discuss the paper, and as a result she's able to step back and look at the debate, at the argument as a whole, and the back and forth as a whole. When we look at something in the popular media, I actually like to have students look at arguments and reports about plagiarism. With this issue, I can get into discussions about why plagiarism is such a big deal, why teachers punish plagiarism, even as we kind of say, well, even as we kind of discuss, well, what it is, and look and discuss the use of sources effectively, as well as in the plagiarized work. So O'Rourke's argument here is really about, which is in Slate magazine, is an argument that plagiarism is wrong, we think, more because the writer is avoiding work instead of doing the work of rewriting and rethinking what someone has written. They just put that sentence or passage into it without doing the work of paraphrasing. And maybe some of the other work that would really go into it. So it's so she's arguing that we condemn plagiarists because they're slackers, more than because they have been unoriginal. Okay, but her argument uses sources kind of like Cullington does, to look at the two sides of this issue, right? So one of her main sources is Robert Crumb's book, Little Book of Plagiarism, and he is making the argument, right? We prize originality above everything and place a high value on novelty of expression. That we care about plagiarism because of our cult of originality that's shaped by the Romantics. And as opposed to that, she uses Thomas Mallon's book, Stolen Words: Forays into the Origins and Ravages of Plagiarism, which really regards plagiarism as theft, as taking and really theft of somebody else's work, somebody else's effort. And really, that's the one situation here where she's talking about student plagiarism, right? Because she's mainly concerned about the plagiarism of professional writers. So here he said, yeah, we're not really worried about plagiarism because a C student has tried to pass himself off as Matthew Arnold. It's an academic crime because the student who buys his thesis from a paper mill has shirked the labor that his fellow students actually perform. This is one of the reasons I like to do this, to have students read articles about plagiarism so we can get into what's really unethical about it as we actually discuss some of the mechanics of deploying sources. With this article, I like to point out, oops, even with fact checkers, we don't catch everything. O'Rourke had to make a correction after she originally published this because she identified the source of Martin Scorsese's film The Departed as a Taiwanese film, and had to change that to identify Infernal Affairs as a Hong Kong film. There's an interesting use of an unusual source here where she cites a movie about the long-distance runner Steve Prefontaine, where Prefontaine says, at least his character says, talent is a myth. She uses as opposed to hard work. That's what makes an artist an artist. Genius, it may be, and originality may be part of it, but hard work is the main part of it. And getting back to the idea that the plagiarist is passing off the work of somebody else as their own and avoiding that hard work. And it's not a problem of originality. To wrap this up, not everything is, most of the time, O'Rourke identifies a source, but not always. Here, she doesn't give you the news stories that that discuss Dan Brown and Yann Martel and Doris Kearns Goodwin, Stephen Ambrose, the plagiarism charges and cases against them, although I think you might expect that anyone could Google that to find out. Because this is online, use of hypertext allows more documentation than you found in that Newsweek article. You can go right to the sources from here. When this is reproduced in my textbook, of course, we lose that. So there's a certain amount of documentation online that you might not find in print because of that. But at the same time, it's only there for readers who really want to find it. So again, that's something that distinguishes documentation in popular genres as opposed to academic genres. So again, I would have students take a look at this and say, all right, how would we need to document this for a class or for an academic journal like Young Scholars in Writing? What would we need to do that O'Rourke isn't doing? So students see the research and understand the differences between documentation practices. Okay, I guess I'm ready to take questions.
Okay, Jim, here's our first question. It's from Karen Bain at Tiffin University, and she is wondering how can we help students distinguish between reliable internet or online sources and those that probably shouldn't be used in a college paper. She observes that you know, a lot of students assume if it's on the net it must be good, but there's also kind of this side problem in that some older sources, for example, literary criticism, won't appear on the net, so they fly totally under the student's radar. So maybe some strategies for getting students to look at the credibility, reliability question but also to recognize that the net isn't the be-all and end-all that they sometimes might think it to be.
Okay. Well, you know, I think that the traditional way of evaluating sources, at least at the beginning, right, is has value here. That is, what are the credentials of the author? Is this person an expert or not? Why would we trust this person? I think that it also extends to the credibility of the forum, the website, because that's often a newspaper writer, right? May not be well known, particularly someone early in his or her career, but the credibility that we give to that article comes from, well, the newspaper itself and the publishers and editors behind it. And you certainly will look at date, and particularly looking at the date is tricky depending on the subject, right? And as you mentioned, some older sources are perfectly useful in something like history or literature, but probably not that good on but something on technology can get outdated very quickly. I think it makes sense for students to ask questions, right? Well, what do you think about this? That they're going to have to learn it from hearing how other people evaluate these sources. One of the problems that I think students have with web sources is that something like WebMD is basically a reference book. And that's not, you know, it's basically equivalent to an encyclopedia. And it can be perfectly legitimate for certain kinds of things, but we don't like students to be using an encyclopedia article as a central source. It may be okay for an isolated fact or definition. But I'm not sure, but I think it takes a little bit of savvy for students to be able to pick out a reference source on the internet from an article on the internet. So I think you have to bring these into discussions, and I would say it probably is better to have class discussions or small group discussions, so that it's not just one-on-one. I take a look at your sources, and when we talk about them, I think if we want to pass our critical abilities along, then students should be able to kind of eavesdrop on discussions about their classmates' sources as well. So I don't think it's an easy answer. I think we develop our ability to evaluate sources over time and with practice, and sometimes by making mistakes. And I think it's just got to be brought into our discussions of sources.
Thanks, Jim. I have one more question. I think we have time for this one. This is from Elizabeth Kessler at the University of Houston. She's writing that in looking at the article Texting and Writing, I see that the author did not use parenthetical documentation after direct quotations in the first paragraph in the section, concerns about text speak. So how do you feel about that? Do you see that as a technical lack, even though the author introduces the article that she's using immediately in the paragraph? Or how, more pertinently, how would you explain to students?
I think the reason there's no parenthetical documentation, let me take a look, is yes, that she took this off the web. So I think there's no parenthetical. There's no page number there because she did not have a page number. It wasn't provided because it was taken from USA Today on the web rather than the print version of USA Today. It's a good point. I think that the student has done this correctly But I think, yeah, that it calls for some discussion. Yeah, not everything we find on the web is going to have page numbers to that, and so what does that do with our practices for that? And I at least have that needs to be discussed.
Well, I'm struck by how much, you know, in looking at this and the way you're walking us through it, these kind of activities provide so many great teaching moments, don't they, for really contextualizing these and even problematizing questions of our practice around citations, documentation, and how it, you know, how it kind of evolves. So.
Yes, and you know, and I think you know, I like to sometimes just do have students do source analysis in small groups or class discussion, and other times, you know, when we're analyzing an article, source analysis will just be part of a regular analysis of that. Well, why did this person use this source? Mm-hmm. How did they use it? But I think something like our teaching of how to summarize and how to set up commentary about a source, that I think you know, students need to see how writers are doing that and doing that effectively, and in order to begin to figure out how to do that themselves.
Well, I think those are great points. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Jim. And you're welcome to hang around, and so is everyone else, for our next session, which is going to be starting up in about 10 minutes with Drs. Charles Payne and Richard Johnson-Sheehan. They'll be talking about power over, power with, strategies for teaching conversation argument. So I hope to see you all there. Hello everyone, and welcome to Pearson Speaking About Writing online conference. I'm Amy Berger, the Faculty Development Programs Manager for Pearson English. I'm glad you could join us today, and I hope you'll find the ideas presented by our speakers valuable for your teaching. For those who are new to our conference, I have a few quick reminders before the session begins, with my apologies to those of you who have heard these reminders before in previous sessions. If you're listening in by phone, please know that this is not a toll-free number. For that reason, we recommend that you select Use Mic and Speakers so you can listen toll-free through your computer speakers or headset. You may notice that your line has been muted. This is done to minimize ambient noise as well as interruptions for our speakers. We encourage you to ask questions using the box marked Questions on the right-hand side of your screen. You can ask questions at any point during the presentation, and when the formal presentation is over, I'll use the remaining time to ask as many of your questions as possible. Any questions we don't get to will be forwarded along with your email address to the speaker directly, so all questions will be answered one way or another. We'd also like to remind you that you can sign into and out of the conference for as many sessions as you would like over the course of the day. All right, so let's get started with our next presentation, which is titled Power Over, Power With, Strategies for Teaching Conversation Argument. Our speakers are Drs. Charles Payne and Richard Johnson Sheehan. Charles Payne is a professor of English at the University of New Mexico, where he directs the undergraduate writing program and teaches courses in first-year, intermediate, and professional writing. He's an active member of the Council of Writing Program Administrators and currently serves on its executive board. He co-founded and coordinates the Consortium for the Study of Writing in College, a joint effort of the National Survey of Student Engagement and the Council of Writing Program Administrators. Professor Payne is author of The Resistant Writer, Rhetoric as Immunity, and co-editor of a collection of new essays, Teaching with Student Texts. Finally, he is the author, with Richard Johnson Sheehan, of a Pearson textbook for first-year writing titled Writing Today. Richard Johnson Sheehan is a professor of rhetoric and composition at Purdue University. At Purdue, he's directed the introductory composition program, and he has mentored new teachers of composition for many years. He teaches a variety of courses in composition and professional writing, as well as in classical rhetoric and the rhetoric of science. He's published widely in these areas. His books on writing include Writing Today, Technical Communication Today, now in its 4th edition, and Writing Proposals, now in its 2nd edition. Professor Johnson Sheehan was awarded the 2008 Fellow of the Association of Teachers of Technical Writing and has been an officer in the Council of Writing Program Administrators. Their presentation explores the importance of exposing students to power with arguments, arguments in which many people are involved in the conversation, and attempts at overt persuasion are less necessary and less welcome. They will discuss ways in which students can learn to participate in such conversational arguments, wherein participants use frames, identification, and themes to argue issues. Okay, guys, I'm going to turn the show over to you. Are you ready to get started?
I think so.
Ready to go.
Great.
And I'm going to show my screen. I want to make sure you're looking at the right screen, at the correct one. Are you getting the? Okay, I guess I'm going to start this up.
That looks right, Chuck. Is it the?
Okay. Now, okay, you got it now. You're seeing it. You're seeing. Oh, okay, good. All right, Richard, take us away.
All right, let's get started then. So I just wanted to say good afternoon to everyone east of here and good morning to everyone else. We're right at that dividing line. I just to kind of get us started, this is presentations based on a book that Chuck and I are putting together right now. We're kind of putting the final touches on it. And so some of the issues that we're talking about today kind of form the core of that book. And so we're always interested in your feedback if you have some ideas. So let's move forward, Chuck. Okay. Just introduce ourselves. Amy obviously told you a lot about us. I've been at Purdue for 9 years. I was at the University of New Mexico for 9 years too. Like she said, I do research in scientific and technical communication, composition, rhetoric, and then when I get some extra time, I like to do publish some things in Irish myth, magic, and rhetoric. So that's kind of what I do. Chuck, did you want to add something about?
No, well, just that Rick and I met each other at the University of New Mexico. We've stayed in touch. We're still roommates when we go to conferences, right? And I'm spending a lot of my time trying to revamp our writing program. Exciting things are happening here at the University of New Mexico.
Okay. Well, let me start out by kind of getting into why we teach argument. I mean, this course has been around for a while, at least for generation or two. And so I think it's kind of settled in as a common course, and sometimes I think we forget why we put it in the first place. And I think most of us would say that teaching people how to write arguments helps them think critically, helps them read critically about important and sometimes not so important issues. I mean, I think some of the debates I've heard people have about TV is more passionate than debates I've heard about what I would call critical issues, but that's fine. I mean, they have good conversations along those lines. It helps them develop habits of mind. I mean, that's what we're really talking about here. It's not the ability to argue per se, but actually to support their opinions and beliefs, rather than just kind of accept what's in the air, or what they kind of grew up with, but actually kind of analyze those positions, see if they still agree with them. That translates over into writing and reasoning habits of mind, especially for college courses and the workplace. As students move up in college, they start engaging in more argumentation in many of their classes. That's how a lot of professors specifically would like them to kind of reach a deeper level of understanding with the material. In the workplace, of course, arguments are happening all the time. People aren't yelling and screaming at each other, but they're in meetings, they're talking through email, things like that. There's a lot of kind of language or a lot of discourse going on that's argumentative. And then finally, you'd hope that as good citizens, they're interested in extending and shaping the arguments we're having in our society and our culture. But that's all kind of the abstract things we always say. But the truth of the matter is, writing good arguments helps us get things done. I mean, this is something that we do every day. We have to take action. We have to use language to do things. And so, learning to argue well helps you get to that, get those things done. There's times when we have to persuade people to accept or at least understand our opinions or beliefs. We might not always get them over on our side or that they agree with us, but at least we'd like them to understand what we believe. And then this last one that we're going to talk about a little bit more today is, it really allows us to converse with others effectively. That way we share our beliefs, share our opinions, share what we know, and then kind of strive towards some level of consensus so we can, again, get things done in college and the workplace. So,
yeah, and it's that problem of helping students understand that arguments get things done that Rick and I think is at the root of some of the problems of teaching writing. What we're talking about today stem from our own work as teachers of writing and writing program administrators and conversations we had about what makes learning to argue for students, especially certain kinds of arguments like what we're calling conversation arguments, so difficult. And so let's look now a little bit just how argument is usually taught. And these basically are just some various traditions of argument. The first one here, argument, is the ability to see the available means of persuasion. That is almost word for word out of Aristotle. And the next among the four modes, argument, is the capstone or persuasion. And you may remember from your history that 19th century and early 20th century textbooks and pedagogy taught argument as one of the four modes, and this was sort of the capstone one, the one that was the most important one. I'll be talking a little bit more about this later. And then it's sort of a solid 20th century definition. It's the use of logical reasoning to prove a specific conclusion supported by emotion and credibility. And more recently, you might call this the sort of postmodern version of argument. Everything's an argument. And what I'd say, that is an interesting new way of looking at argument, and I think in a certain sense none of us would disagree with that. But this really is, what this describes is basically is an epistemology. It doesn't describe a new approach to teaching argument. And one thing about all these approaches, even the everything's an argument approach, the postmodern approach, is that argument is always about persuading people. We're always on the mission to convert them. So we think a better way to understand understand argument for ourselves as teachers and more importantly for our students is first to make a distinction between what we were calling the persuasion arguments or power over arguments and conversation arguments or power with. And this should be fairly familiar to most people. The persuasion argument is just sort of the standard orator standing in front of a crowd, or the essay. It's monological. It's one way between the writer or speaker to the audience. It's the idea. It comes out of an idea of a stance of fixed truth and what is probably true. It needs to make a point. This is another way of thinking. This is what John Bean in his Engaging Ideas calls closed form or thesis-based writing. It's things need to be brought to closure, and again, the essay is the basic expression of this. And this is associated with technologies such as print, television, radio. This one way, and I'd say also Web 1.0. But we contrast that with this other counterpart of conversation argument or power with, and this is the dialogical argument, that where we're in a group and there's a back and forth and people are trying to deliberate together. It comes from an idea that I don't have the truth, but I'm working with each other to figure things out. It's a rhetoric of inquiry and generative. The reason that I'm engaging in this is because I want to understand things better and I want to develop new ways of understanding things. And the basic idea is discussion. And when we look at it, when we look at the technologies, certainly this idea has been aided by new technologies, Web 2.0, so-called participation, the kind of social networking our students do, meetings, mashups, video conferencing like we're going to do now. Hopefully this won't be one way the whole time. And basically this is kind of pushing this idea of understanding argument. So, you may be saying, this really is nothing new. This power over power with, isn't this just old wine in new bottles? And in a way, we would agree. That this basic distinction is not all that new. And I thought actually, however, what Rick and I were finding is something that Amy Knobloch talked about in a fairly recent 3Cs article. That yes, it's true, for decades, every argument textbook has had more expansive versions of arguments. Usually Rogerian argument or invitational argument, but what Knobloch says is, while the definitions of argument within popular argument-based textbooks may be evolving, the process by which these texts are teaching argument are rarely as expansive. So in other words, it has to do with, there's a difference between how we're conceiving argument and how we're teaching it. We think that in order to get these ideas across to students, we really do need to teach argument differently. Again, these ideas evolve between me and Rick, just thinking about how can we help our students get beyond persuasion arguments, which they seem to be really good at, but they weren't very good at using argument for inquiry. So, and we think that one reason is that some of these pedagogies are, including our own until not too long ago, really was suffering from this sort of modal view of argument. And remember, I brought this up a little bit before, the four modes of argument: narration, description, exposition, and argument. And the idea is that you're either doing one or the other. And, it used to be that we had students write narrative essays, descriptive essays, definition essays, etc. And then finally maybe argument essays, when actually this doesn't talk about how writing actually gets done. In the real world, people need to learn how to write in a genre, in a workplace genre or whatever. They don't sit down and say, I'm going to do a narration. And Robert J. Connors brought up this weakness in 1981 with his award-winning article, The Rise and Fall of the Modes of Discourse, where he writes that the weakness of the modes of discourse as a practical tool in the writing class was they did not really help students learn to write. And that's a pretty major weakness. For any sort of theory. The modes classify and emphasize the product of writing, having almost nothing to do with the purpose for which the writer sat down. So we think a different way of understanding this argument really lies in viewing it as not modal. Yes, we think it's really important to have this distinction between power over and power with, or persuasion and conversation. And both of these are very important, but rather than think of them modes, think of these more as stances or strategies. And the slider scale down here on the bottom sort of gives that idea that students or any writers are always thinking about where on this scale am I with this argument. Even there are certain genres associated with certain places on this slider back and forth, but we are always somewhere on that scale. It is very rare that we're either purely conversation or purely argument. And this, we find that this understanding and beginning with this understanding, this very distinction, as opposed to presenting Rogerian argument, for instance, as an alternative, helps students embrace this idea from the very beginning and use it. So just real briefly, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we teach persuasion argument, and I'm going to talk about it briefly because it's probably familiar with to everybody. I'm going to get through this quick so we can talk more about conversation arguments. So these are a few of the images associated with arguments where people are really trying to change each other's minds. Even in the television debate, we have the one between Nixon and Kennedy picture there, and the Lincoln-Douglas debates. It is like a conversation, but they really are trying to persuade somebody out, and that is the listener in the audience who is pretty passive during these things. But what is a persuasion article? Aristotle said that it was the ability in any particular case to see the available means of persuasion. So in other words, it's something inside of the writer or the rhetor or the orator that there's this potential, and he or she uses rhetoric to achieve that goal, and that goal is always persuasion. So rhetoric, when I learn how to use it and I use it correctly, it causes people to change their mind. And I'm sure you're very familiar with the 5 strategies of persuading arguments. This basically comes from, Cicero and De Inventione and Quintilian. It hasn't changed much. This idea of the exordium, the narration, proof, refutation, and peroration. And that still works. I mean, if you look at the very effective arguments today, speeches or whatever, those that are prepared beforehand are still following this sort of these basic strategies. State your claim and your major reason. Use appeals based in logos, pathos, and ethos. Back up your claims with good reasons, facts, and other evidence. Listen to and acknowledge and contend with other viewpoints. And then finally, emphasize the strength of your argument while exposing the weaknesses of others. We absolutely believe that students need to learn to write this way. There's a lot of genres that they'll be writing in college and in the workplace that follow these 5 strategies. But there are lots of other kinds of arguments that they also need to learn to get good at and understand that they're important.
Okay, well then I'm going to start us off talking about conversation arguments. I wanted to point out that some of the language that we're using here we were first introduced to by William Covino, who kind of was probably the most articulate person to express this power with kind of distinction, and some of the language that we're using is his. I just want to make sure that we put his name out there as somebody who's inspiring some of this. I think that often this kind of argument in textbooks, if I can make a critique of the textbooks that are usually on the market, it's kind of presented as kind of the alternative approach. It's like, well, we're really teaching students how to persuade, but there's this other method, this other Rogerian rhetoric. You might point to Kenneth Burke, stuff like that. But it's often a later chapter that's not that important. And the crazy thing, it's kind of almost presented as almost like this vegan approach to argument, like, red meat is the really persuasion. Yeah, you're going to win people over. And this is kind of the, well, if you're not into that kind of hardcore persuasion, here's another way that perhaps you can argue. And we find that problematic because, frankly, the vast majority of our day-to-day conversations and arguments are really more conversation arguments. If we're in meetings, we're talking with people in the hallway, we're communicating through email, and this is especially true these days with we're always communicating in networks. We're working with teams, as it says here. We're generating ideas. We're working on transcultural projects, cross-cultural projects. We're talking to people from other countries. You know, all this stuff's going on pretty regularly. The times when we actually step forward as an individual and have to persuade people, those aren't very common. I mean, those are occasionally that you give a speech or write some kind of monograph that's intended to persuade people. If you think about it, the vast majority of the things we do involve more of this kind of conversation arguments that happen. So Chuck's moving me along here, but I'll.
Sorry. Okay.
No, that's okay, Chuck. He's probably more watching the clock than I am. I think ultimately what this kind of argument is striving for is consensus, or in some case respecting dissensus. You know, really you're reaching a common understanding. And consensus doesn't mean, you know, it means that people generally agree on some basic points, but they don't feel pressure to agree about everything. You know, I think that this is something that people need to do better these days, is learn how to respect dissensus. Just because one of the members, you know, in fact, this is kind of an element of creativity, that people are allowed to kind of express different ideas, and the group kind of considers those ideas. I think people do. My concern is just based on my own interactions with students, and then even in the workplace, is sometimes people feel like whenever they express a differing view, they're kind of, you know, now I'm in the out group or something like that. Now I'm being a jerk or something. And students and people in the workplace need to learn to do this better, because this is kind of the essence of creativity. This is the essence of not going down pathways that we probably shouldn't have gone down in the first place. So, well, why don't you click us over there, Joe?
Well, and I would just add that also, this is one of the reasons. This also is a question of relevance. Students recognize that the kind of arguing they don't call it arguing, that they do, is this kind of conversational mode. And when we're teaching just the persuasion mode, or saying, well, this is really the important one, we're causing them to perceive our writing course as really not relevant to what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why people have fallen into that persuasion thing, and it's still important. We're not saying it's not. It's just that when you think about the majority of the conversations and arguments you get into every day, they're vastly more about this kind of operation. Well, all right, let's talk about some of the strategies for what do you go over with when you're teaching conversation arguments. Well, here's 5 that I'm going to talk about. Chuck will talk about a few of these too. People need to learn how to frame issues properly. They need to learn how to recognize the frames that people are working from. Building a sense of identification with each other. You folks who are, you know, in the Berg kind of know what we're talking about there. Learn how to tell interesting stories. Learn how to narrate. Learn how to negotiate any kind of disagreements that are going on. Not just get into a big fight, but, you know, actually talk things through. And then finally, there's kind of a 5th strategy here, which is encourage dissensus. We're going to go through each one of these separately, just to kind of give you a flavor of what we're talking about. The first strategy is you know, framing, and we take, you know, framing's become pretty common and a common point of discussion in politics these days. Everybody's talking about how candidates are framing stuff and how public issues are framed. Framing's really just a specific way of seeing and talking about any issue. I think frames become most apparent when you're talking with someone who you really disagree with. You're like, where are you coming from that? You know, how are you getting to that conclusion? And what usually the point is that they're working from a different frame of reference as far as how they're argues. And a frame often reveals what we believe and what we value. And that's what comes out. George Lakoff, who's kind of who most people know through metaphor theory, but he's actually become quite the guru in framing theory, which is very related, talks about that, how you really have to know what your values are to know what your frames are. And he also says you have to kind of know what other people's values are to understand the frames they're working from. So
yeah, and of course the great master framer are political gurus, or people like Karl Rove and David Axelrod. The person, you know, if you want to think this as persuasion and power over, the person who frames the issue, whose frame wins the argument, if you want to think about it as persuasion.
Yeah, so, well, okay, move us on. So I think students and people in general need to recognize the positive frames that govern a particular issue. A lot of times those frames, you know, they're their individuality, security, creativity, as I've written here. There's quite a few of these kinds of frames that people want to work from in order to kind of get things done, and also listen when other people are working from those frames. They understand what those people value. You hear these values underneath, and then also teaching people to kind of avoid the negative frames that go against their value. I'm just putting some examples down here: conformity, uncertainty, dullness, things that people want to stay away from. I think sometimes people get thrown onto the defensive in some sense, and then they start working out of the negative side of a particular frame, which puts them at a disadvantage when they're having a conversation with some other people. How do you frame the issue? What do you teach people to do? Well, I think concept maps are a particularly helpful way of seeing how an issue is being framed. You can look at a text, you can look at what people say, or look at an issue, and use a concept map to kind of look at kind of the key words that are going on and see how it becomes sort of a frame. Freedom to compete is an example we're using here. That people should be able to compete in some kind of way, and around that there's a cluster of terms that kind of reveal the frame. Themes are working it through most issues. I think concept maps also helpful here, but usually what you're looking for are kind of consistent themes that are running through arguments. And metaphors are here too. I put some examples down here. We live in a culture of dependence. Well, that's sort of a metaphor. It's also a frame that people are working out of. The ability to choose is the essence of freedom. Choice being kind of an important frame that people work out of. Freedom means the freedom to succeed, but also to fail. I think I'm writing these down because these are common frames that are being thrown around right now as people kind of sort out what the election really meant. And what you're hearing is a real important debates about frames and stuff. And I did want to say one thing. People often in the political world want to suggest that frames are a good way to persuade people. They can be, but changing people's frames is very difficult. I mean, what's more valuable is actually to recognize the frames people are working out of, and then try and work within those frames if you can. So if you find somebody disagrees with you on an issue, well, try and find a frame that you both have in common in some sense, and then work towards consensus by working that issue within a frame that you both value in some sense. So persuasion takes a long time. It's a matter of kind of recognizing frames and working together on that. Sense of identification. I'm going to say I think what you saw in the election and what happens often is that people are tribal. I mean, they tend to reach consensus with others who they identify with. I don't mean tribal in necessarily a negative way. There are some negative aspects, but what it is that they are going to look what the people who they identify with are doing and usually go with those people. So as Kenneth Burke points out, identification means uniting people by highlighting their common ideas, attitudes, positions, or properties. That means taking pains to really find out what you have in common with those people, what they identify with, how they can identify with you, and then try and make yourselves kind of in some sense identify with each other. That's the way people are going to be, want to reach consensus with you. They're usually not won over by reason. They're won over by identification, as kind of Burke pointed out, and I think that's an important thing for students to learn. And then there's this dark side that even Burke points out, that often the way to unite people is by highlighting what divides them from others. Now, I don't want to go into too much emphasis on that, but I think it's an important thing for people to recognize that, that often people in public life are using division to kind of create identity and unification. So I think an example that, as I wrote down here, that I think is really interesting is like evangelicals and climate change. I mean, I've always found, I never understood for a long time why evangelicals in particular would fight the idea, would think climate change is a hoax. It certainly has nothing to do with the Bible or anything like that. It's science. And what you find out is that actually what it comes down to is most evangelicals, because they think of themselves as conservative, will tend to identify with what amounts to economic conservatives. They're going to trust them and not trust environmentalists, who tend to identify more with the different economic model that's more socially based. And so what's going on here is that you see people kind of being won over to an argument, which is climate change is a hoax, merely because they identify with others who want to believe that, basically. And I think that's an example of a group that has no reason to think that climate change is a hoax, but gets brought over because they identify with particular other groups.
And of course, frames and identifications change as we see now that there are more and more even conservative evangelicals who are embracing this idea of climate change.
Well, that's actually a good example, because what's going on right now is I think the environmental movement's doing better about reaching out to evangelicals and saying, it's this kind of creation care movement that's being created. Like, you care about the planet. As God put you, in charge of that planet, you should care for it. And therefore, climate change is kind of being embraced by some evangelical groups and not so resisted. So,
yeah.
Now, I think this is something that we can teach people to do. Teach people to identify themselves, consciously identify themselves, and find out what groups they're associated with. I think it's also important to teach people to recognize when they're being unnecessarily tribal in their beliefs. They're just buying something because other people they associate with or identify with just accept those beliefs. It's really a matter of saying, do you believe this because this fits your values, or you just believe this because people you associate with believe this in some sense? Just getting them to kind of challenge that. And then I think especially recognize when public figures are using divisive tactics to demagogue or demonize. This is something that I think students and people in the workplace could really pay attention to, because I think often they're making bad decisions because they're being caught into this, they're being caught in divisive tactics by figures who know that they identify with particular groups and aren't exactly using good reasoning to kind of think through the issues. So that's something I think we can teach in classes.
So strategy 3 is tell interesting stories and hear interesting stories. We want to help our students value storytelling as much as exposition. And I have to tell you, as a teacher, when I was first teaching, I did not value storytelling. I thought that was something that was for K through 8 or something. But now I realize, as one of my creative writing friends told me, if you can't tell a good story, you're not really literate. Narratives are very powerful ways of helping people identify with each other and to learn from each other. It's a way to share values in a way that is not really based in logic and theses, but allows us to understand each other in better ways. As Rick said, Aristotle's and other people's dreams of creating a society in which only logic was valued, or that logic really worked, it just doesn't seem to be in our DNA. We, as psychologists and brain psychologists, brain scientists, are telling us how do we really change our mind? Well, it's through sort of intuition. It's very complicated, and stories are one way, as we've been saying, of getting beyond just mere logic and logos and into intuition. So what can you do to help your students learn to tell interesting stories? Well, these are some genres and some activities across genres that students can do. They can write narrative arguments. I saw a great narrative argument yesterday when I was visiting one of my teachers in her class. She showed, a 5-minute YouTube video by Macklemore. He's a rapper called Same Love. It was a very powerful argument for same-sex marriage that never actually made an argument, but very clearly made that. It's very compelling. They can write memoirs in genres like memoirs and profiles. Within any genres, from a proposal to a scientific report just about, you can include anecdotes that describe things. We are always illustrating points and backing up evidence with hypothetical, and backing up reasoning, with hypothetical examples. And then, even reading and writing fables and parables can help us. Strategy 4 is we want to help our students negotiate disagreements. Negotiations are not necessarily aimed at reaching consensus, as Rick was saying before. It's simply a way of allowing people to talk to each other without the pressure of having to conform with each other, of really sharing. it's a way of presenting all sides of an argument, and let each person construct their own understanding of that argument. It's something we don't do. I would say this is even countercultural in the sense that this is not something that our students see in, for instance, in political debates or the debates that they're looking for. So strategies for negotiating disagreements, is again, this looks pretty familiar. Listen to all sides' views of the programs. Notice we're saying not just two sides, but all sides of the problem. Demonstrate that the other's positions are understood. One of the hardest things that any of us has to do, let alone our students or our fellow citizens, is presenting somebody you disagree with, presenting their position in a way that would make them say, yes, that's a fair presentation of my position. And I'm going to go through the rest of these pretty fast. Identify situations where other people's ideas are valid. Isolate where they disagree. In other words, where you differ. In other words, find out where you disagree and focus on those things, and then rank order those things. And I would just notice that this is pretty complicated. This is a real challenge for students to do these things. That's one reason why it's so difficult for them to use argumentative inquiry, to really listen to the other side as they're writing. This is a high level of literacy.
No, we've mentioned dissensus a few times, and conversation arguments do, strive towards consensus. But that success isn't dependent on consensus. It's not like because people were talking and they didn't reach consensus, it was some kind of failure of argument. I think people need to recognize that. Students need to see that, and people in the workplace, I think, already kind of know that, but it's important to reinforce it. It's actually something we kind of need to teach people to do because I think our culture has gotten to a point where dissent is so devalued that it's that students feel like as soon as they speak up, that's a bad thing. So you can do things like appoint a designated skeptic of the group or in the class. I like to do that regularly. They get to play act, basically. They can be a skeptic without feeling the pressure. They can say, I don't really believe this, but as a skeptic, I would say this. They might learn to say something like a critic might say. They might, take on that third-person mentality. Teach people to encourage and value authentic dissent. If somebody says, I disagree, that goes against my values, then listen, and actually encourage and value that. And then bring an environment, create an environment, not just in the classroom, that's normal, but even in the workplace where dissent is valued and even rewarded. People feel comfortable about dissenting and know that that's going to be valued and not seen as somebody being a troublemaker. I think we've seen some examples recently, within recent time, of when groupthink happens. And this is something that students should be aware of. I've even seen groupthink, in my own personal life where people are going down a path and nobody ever says, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. Obviously, these are a couple big issues here. The case for invading Iraq was a complete case of groupthink. In the BP oil spill, there were many red flags before that disaster happened. And I think that people in the workplace and students need to learn how to kind of get out of those situations, recognize that dissent would have helped them get out of those situations. So this is why we encourage dissensus and actually teach students how to dissent properly. Let's go on to genres. What our big kind of story here is that we think that we could switch, that the textbooks often are taking this kind of modal approach, and if you flip through their table of contents, it's often definition argument, narration argument. They're basically using modes to kind of structure their books and stuff like that. We would like to suggest that perhaps genre is a more appropriate way of thinking in terms of arguments. There's certain kind of persuasion arguments that students need to learn how to do, that people do in the workplace all the time. They review or critique, they comment, they refute, they write proposals, they do recommendation reports. Those are all kind of the power over persuasion arguments. People need to learn how to do that. There's also these conversation arguments, comparisons, causal analysis, negotiations, visual arguments, even writing narratives in some sense, including memoirs. The research paper kind of takes advantage of both of those sides. Research paper is often the big argument class kind of capstone assignment. Well, you can build that taking advantage of either persuasion or conversation or a combination of both. So students are using both kinds of abilities. Now, what's a genre? I mean, we don't want people to get the idea that they're just patterns or something. They're not just forms, as Baseman points out here. They're forms of life. They're ways of being. They're the way people get things done. They're environments for learning, as he says here, and they're locations within which meaning's constructed. They shape. Genres are built on the activities of everyday life, on social activities, and that's why they're important in not only the classroom but also the workplace. Once you learn the genres of a workplace, you can work in that workplace. And same thing with classrooms. Students need to not just be isolated in on the essay as kind of the argument essay as being kind of the gold standard of argument. That's how most books present it, the persuasive essay. What we'd like to say is there's a lot of genres of argument that they should be learning, so that way they're prepared for their advanced classes and their careers. So, all right, which one should we teach? I mean, people are like, well, you can't just teach them conversation. That's right. We got to teach them both. And that's right now. I think we're overcompensating on the persuasion side and not teaching them to have the kind of conversation arguments that they need to learn how to do. They need to learn how to be persuasive, but also participate actively in these conversations there. And the truth is that people need to learn more time, spend more time learning how to argue in conversations, because that's where the vast majority of their arguments happen, whether it's in their advanced classes or their careers. So, all right, well, that's it. Thank you very much, and we're eager to hear your comments and questions.
Okay, thanks, guys. The first question we have is from Denise Rogers, and she's wondering what kind of written models do you show students when you're trying to teach this? Are there particular authors or venues? Chuck, you mentioned fables and having them write narrative arguments, but are there other specific texts or authors or sources that you would suggest sending students to look for conversation arguments in contemporary life?
Well, I think one thing to do is to show them the contrast. I told you I saw one of our brand new teachers. It's her first semester. She was doing a great job, and they were talking about same-sex marriage, and she showed her students two arguments. One was that rap video by Macklemore, which really was kind of this sort of conversation identification argument. And then she showed this other one by, I guess his name is Zach Walls, who makes a very Ciceronian classical argument. He's 19 years old, he's raised by same-sex parents, before the Iowa legislature, which is a different kind of argument, and showing them that there are two ways to argue something really helps them. But I guess you were also asking, like, what sort of written examples do we give them?
Yeah, I think
yeah, maybe.
The internet is obviously made for conversation arguments. You got blogs going on. You have more short form kind of essays being written on a lot of online magazines. So they basically are responding to each other. It's becoming much more conversational than in the past, where you had these kind of long form, I am going to persuade somebody to believe something. Instead you very much have people reacting to each other in real time. And I think that's what you point out to students. This is the way people are conversing these days.
And I think finally you would show them that there is conversation going in any genre, even one that doesn't appear to be conversation at all, such as a scientific report. And you can show how, for instance, the literature review in a scientific report, say, or proposal, really is talking to within the conversation and bringing that conversation in.
Well, and too, I would mention, maybe not as something for students to read, but as you all were talking, I was thinking about some reading I've been doing in neuropsychology, and Chuck, you mentioned the way that brain science is showing us that a lot of this, the way that we're persuaded by intuition, has a lot to do with the very structure of our mind, the mirror neuron, for example,
right,
and the way that contributes to groupishness or tribalism, or however you want to think about it. But there's a great book by Jonathan Haidt. His last name is spelled H-A-I-T, D as in David, T as in Tom. It's called The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Disagree About Politics and Religion. And it just provides a lot of interesting background for thinking through the kind of issues that that y'all are bringing to the table with the power over, power with kind of structure. But it also, the reading list in the back has a lot of interesting websites and other sources that I could see being useful in classroom practice as well.
Right, yeah.
And that most of the questions did have to do with suggesting sources where people can learn more. And of course, we'll have archives, an archived version of this presentation available, and we'll send that link out to everyone who attended, so people can take another look at the presentation slides. A lot of people have asked for that too. So we can let you guys go unless you had any final point that you wanted to raise.
No, we're looking forward to getting this book done and letting how people react to it, because I think they will be surprised at how it's different than a lot of other argument books.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Thanks so much, guys, for going through this with us today.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Okay, everybody, if you want to hang around, our next session will start in about 10 minutes. That will be the Evolution of a Reading and Writing Center with Darlene Smith-Worthington. Hello everyone and welcome to Pearson's Speaking About Writing online conference. I'm Amy Berger, the Faculty Development Programs Manager for Pearson English. I'm glad you can join us today and I hope you'll find the ideas presented by our speakers valuable for your teaching. For those of you who are new to our conference, I have a few quick reminders before the session begins, with my apologies to those who've heard them before. If you're listening in by phone, please know that this is not a toll-free number. For that reason, we recommend that you select Use Mic and Speakers so you can listen toll-free through your computer speakers or a headset. You may notice that your line has been muted. This is done to minimize ambient noise as well as interruptions for our speakers. We encourage you to ask questions using the box marked Questions on the right-hand side of your screen. You can pose your questions at any point during the presentation, and when the formal presentation is over, I'll use the remaining time to ask as many of your questions as possible. We'd also like to remind you that you can sign into and out of this conference for as many sessions as you would like over the course of the day. Our next presentation is titled The Evolution of a Reading and Writing Center, and our speaker is Darlene Smith-Worthington, a teacher and an earnest and enthusiastic supporter of education that truly prepares people for the workplace and full participation in citizenship. At Pitt Community College in Greenville, North Carolina, Darlene teaches for the Developmental Studies Department as well as the English and Humanities Department. She also serves as Director of PCC Abroad, the college's international study travel program, and is a member of the Global Education Committee. Recently, she served as editor of Pitt Community's SACS reaccreditation materials and was named the college's Teacher of the Year 2 years ago. In this presentation, she will outline the evolution of Pitt Community College's Reading and Writing Center, sharing challenges, successes, tips, and hopes for the future. Darlene, are you ready to get started? I think we're almost ready. Darlene, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Okay. I'd like to begin by, first of all, thanking you all for being with us today. I am Darlene Smith-Worthington, as Amy very generously introduced. I am coordinator of our Reading and Writing Center in the Developmental Studies Department at Pitt Community College. And we have just become a brand new division of transitional studies, so I'm really excited about that. Pitt Community is a 2-year public school. It's one of the 58 colleges in North Carolina's community college system. And right now we have almost 10,000 students. We're located in Greenville, North Carolina, which is a growing area about 90 miles from the coast. We have a very large medical center with a tertiary referral center with more than 500 physicians. And we also are aligned with East Carolina University. It is a major university in North Carolina, and they have more than 27,000 students. So we're a big and growing area. So I should take a break here and apologize if you're having any difficulty with my voice. Please let me know.
Darlene?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Would you be able to share your screen? Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I missed that button. So as I was saying, I picked up a bad cold last week in the airplane, so if you have trouble understanding me, please let me know. So that's sort of where we are in the system and how we fit. Many of our students are 2-year university transfer students, as well as many vocational technical majors. So we serve a lot of different majors and degree programs. Let's see. Now I'm having trouble getting the slides to advance. Sorry about that. Bear with me just a moment, please. Okay, the computer seems to have frozen. I apologize. I think I'm going to have to do a shutdown to get this to move.
Darlene?
Jean-Pierre, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you able to click anything on the screen? There we go. There we go.
Now. Okay, I don't know what happened, but thank you. The
No
good
problem.
word helped. Okay, so I wanted to sort of preface this discussion with talking a little bit about the name, because I titled this presentation Evolution of a Reading and Writing Center, but very much like sometimes job titles in colleges and universities, names don't always mean the same thing in all places. And even within our college, the name Reading and Writing Center seems to shift and change with the times. Throughout my 27-year career here at Pitt Community, we've always had a location known as the Reading and Writing Center. But the name Reading and Writing Center, as you'll see as we go forward, has meant a number of different things during those years. In the beginning, I was hired in 1984 here at Pitt, and the Reading and Writing Center, as I came to know it when I was a new instructor here, was simply a single classroom. It was dedicated for use as the Reading and Writing Center. And when I first entered that center, I found lots of SRA kits, dictionaries, thesauruses. We had several bookshelves filled with textbooks, and one of our instructors, who had been here a number of years, had created an index for helping instructors find exercises. For example, if a student needed help with subject-verb agreement, then you could look in the index and find which textbooks had those exercises. The Reading and Writing Center at that time was staffed by faculty from the English and Social Sciences Department, English faculty of course, as well as some technical assistants who helped out. All of the students who came to the Writing Center at that time were registered for particular classes in either reading or composition. So that was sort of what I found when I began here. In the late 1980s, we experienced some growth in the college. Student population was rising, and during that time we added an adjoining classroom, and we really thought we were cool because we started putting in computers. Our first was an Apple computer with an Apple Writer printer, and it seemed very forward at the time. And we thought we were preparing students for the world of work. We installed more computers as the English department focused on composition or composing on computers. And so we were continuing to grow and change with the times. In 1996, the Developmental Studies Department was created from what had been the old English and Social Science Department. Another major change that we experienced occurred in 1997. The North Carolina Community College system converted from quarters to semesters, so that created a lot of changes, you might suspect. The Reading and Writing Center became part of the Developmental Studies Department, as I said, and being part of that newly formed department brought some challenges for the Reading and Writing Center. We certainly had growing pains, and because we were now the new Developmental Studies Department, the English faculty, those who did not come into the new Developmental Studies Department, didn't have ownership any longer of that Reading and Writing Center. So some of them were teaching for developmental studies when they were really housed in the English department and vice versa. So it was, there were some challenges. Some other major changes, we have continued to grow at a fairly fast rate, and so at this point, we moved from this very cramped classroom to a larger modular unit. And although it was kind of a hassle being outside the buildings, the modular unit was an improvement for us. It was a fully equipped center with PCs. The college was moving toward those products and kind of twisted our arms to get rid of the Apples and go to PCs where we had more tech support. And this new space also gave us an opportunity to create portions of the facility that could be used for individualized as well as small group instruction. And we also acquired some faculty office space in this move, so that was pretty helpful. In this new space, we were able to make some, I think, improvements, changes to a more traditional view of a reading and writing center. No longer were students registered for classes in the center, but now it was, as I said, the traditional view of a reading and writing center. Students walked in or they made appointments to get help with papers or to develop skills. This traditional center was staffed by English department, full-time faculty, and that's developmental studies, English department, sorry. And we also had technical assistance and clerical help in this center. We were able to track student use, but not to submit that information for FTE credit. We just didn't have the ability at that point to try to get funding for the student use in the center. Some English instructors on campus would require students to visit the center before they would accept a revised paper, and the new center also gave us more computers and printers for student use. Center faculty assisted with reading and writing assignments from disciplines across campus. So, for example, we would read history papers and help students with development or grammar and punctuation, those kinds of things. So it truly was an open and traditional reading and writing center at this point in time. In this center, we had some fairly typical challenges, and I think most reading and writing centers have similar challenges. We would have peak times where traffic was really high and more students seeking help than we had faculty to support, and then other times when traffic would be low and we'd have faculty sitting around with nothing to do. Also, staffing was a challenge. Simply finding people to fill the hours, especially those fringe hours, evening hours, was especially difficult to staff, and training. Communication was also a challenge because people across campus didn't necessarily see this center as fitting into a specific department. They, I guess a benefit and a challenge would be that people saw the Reading and Writing Center as belonging to the whole campus and not a particular department. So sometimes we were left out of the loop in communication. In 1998, there was a major change in the Developmental Studies Department. At that time, we began teaching integrated reading and writing courses. And in North Carolina, those developmental courses that combine composition and reading were English 75, English 85, and English 95. Each of those was a 5-hour course, and they were accompanied by labs that would meet 2 hours per week, and these courses ran the 16-week semester. It was a wonderful innovation for our department. We think it worked well. It seemed logical. The students liked it. It made clear to them that reading and writing truly are two sides of the same coin. but that change in curriculum for the department meant changes for the Reading and Writing Center. Because we moved to these 2-hour labs accompanying every course, then our Reading and Writing Center essentially became those labs. So we would have registered classes now where English 75A students would come in for 2 hours a week into the center for assistance, and 85A students would come in for assistance, and so on. So we're back to registered classes in the center again. At the end of the 1990s, we were experiencing more rapid than ever growth in student population, and Pitt Community College was one of the 2 most crowded colleges in the North Carolina system. So huge space concerns. We were having difficulties finding places to put classes, much less trying to locate a computer lab that we could have for dedicated service. So at this point, the Reading and Writing Center moves to a large multi-purpose space to share with basic skills in our new Learning Resource Center, which is the same thing as the library. Because of the space crunch, we're now sharing this space with the Basic Skills program, and again, we're back to registered classes for those English 75A, 85A, and 95A classes. The shared space has some benefits as well as some challenges. One of the benefits was that by sharing resources with Basic Skills, we had more computers available for all of our students. We also were able to purchase the technology to track and report use for FTE use for funding, so that helped out a bit. And I think one of the benefits that was most helpful was that the developmental English faculty learned more about basic skills in adult high school programs and students, and they learned more about what we did as well, so that was a real asset. The challenges, on the other hand, were there were some issues of turfdom. Who does what, who owns what? Because we are sharing those resources, sometimes there was a bit of competition over, whose students get priority to this or that. And we also developed some student behavior issues because there were so many students coming and going from both programs, and we developed some problems with people loitering, and especially with the younger students involved in basic skills in adult high schools. That created some challenges for us. Finally, in January 2004, we were back to having a place of our own. We moved into a new classroom building, the Redrick building, and in this building we have office space, we have dedicated classrooms for developmental studies, and for the Reading and Writing Center we have adjunct office space and computer labs. So that's a celebration for sure. However, with this move, we have the office space, we have the computers, but there's still overcrowding. Despite the new buildings, we're not keeping up with growth as we should. So again, no more walk-ins or appointments, only registered classes for those English 75A, 85A, 95A classes. So I guess the bottom line here is that throughout my tenure at the Reading and Writing Center, we've seen the definition of this center from registered classes in a skill and drill lab, move to a traditional walk-in center where students sought assistance voluntarily or as required by an instructor, and back to registered classes with some skill and drill and more writing and critical thinking work. But now we're getting ready to shift again because North Carolina is involved in curriculum redesign, and I suspect many states are talking about this and getting involved in it. Our developmental education initiative started out with four goals, to reduce the overall need for developmental education. Some people have called developmental studies the black hole of higher ed. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we all recognize there are some problems. To reduce the time to complete developmental education, one of the things people have worried greatly about is financial aid and students using too much of their financial aid funding in developmental education rather than in their curriculum programs. We wanted to implement better tools for assessing and placing students and improve the data tracking and analysis capabilities. So what North Carolina is moving to is 8-week courses, and most schools are going to be using 3 of them: DRE, which stands for Developmental Reading and English, DRE 096, 097, and 098. These are 7 hours a week, these courses. For 8 weeks, they will meet 7 hours a week, 5 classroom hours, 2 lab hours, for a total of 56 hours. And each 8-week course will be worth 3 credit hours. The goal of these courses, like the course standards used in the high schools, the goal is to have students college and career ready. So that's where we're moving. My school will be piloting these courses next semester, so we're in the throes of developing course plans and syllabus for all of them, and training our adjuncts this week and the next 3 weeks so that we'll be ready to go in January. This is the general description for Developmental Reading and English 096, the lowest of the 3 levels. And you probably noticed that it's based on Lexile levels. So you see that for this level, 860 to 1010 is the Lexile level. And this essentially is the course where students learn to develop paragraphs and read at that level. Developmental Reading and English 97 has a Lexile level of 960 to 1115. And these students will be working on developing full essays. And then Developmental Reading and English 098. You can see this level is 1100 to 1320 Lexile range, and students in this course will be working on developing a synthesis essay with documentation. So a lot of work to get accomplished in an 8-week course, but we think it's streamlined, and we pulled out the most essential information for students, what they need to know to be successful at the next level and moving forward into their academic and professional careers. What and where? The question we're asking ourselves now is, with redesign, what and where is the Reading and Writing Center? Where are we going from here? How do we use these 2 lab hours? We've had many discussions about exactly what lab is and where it should be and how it should be delivered. And secondly, do we need and can we afford to open a traditional Reading and Writing Center in addition to the 2 lab hours required each week in each of the new courses? Could we have a walk-in center where students can voluntarily come and ask for assistance in addition to the 7 hours they're already spending in these DRE courses? Thank you very much. I hope I've said something that interests you, and I would be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Darlene, one question we had was, do you find that the students visiting the center see it as a chore, or are they, are they kind of oriented toward it in a more positive way? What do you think the student attitudes are?
Frankly, I think that if we're asking students to do the skill and drill work, the grammar and punctuation, they're seeing it as a chore. They love the online component of our writing center right now because we're using My Writing Lab. They really enjoy that. The textbook work, not so much. But when they come to lab and they're working on papers, then I think they see the relevance more than when it's the skill and drill.
Sure. We have a question from Nora Villarreal at Illinois Valley Community College. She's wondering if closing the center to the general student population has resulted in a higher number of students visiting professors' office hours for extra help, or whether you've looked at that question at all.
I can't give you statistics, but anecdotally, I'm sure that it has resulted in more students visiting office hours. And I do still get calls because my name is listed in the campus directory beside Reading and Writing Center. So I frequently get calls from people in the community, even parents asking about assistance. And it really does break my heart to say, no, I'm sorry, we're only allowed registered students in our lab right now.
Sure. Matthew Groner has a question. He and his colleagues are wondering if you could share some ideas about how the center is staffed. Do you use mostly adjuncts, full-time faculty, other students, other professional staff?
Actually, we have always worked with faculty rather than trained students. We have a tutorial center on campus that uses tutors that are students who are trained tutors, but in our Reading and Writing Center we've always used faculty. So that I would love to be in a situation where I could say that I'm staffing with full-time people, but honestly we are so dependent in this department on adjuncts that I would say 2/3 of my faculty hours are adjunct.
Yeah. Well, what I know a lot of changes are coming with the move toward the integrated course. What do you feel comfortable sharing your hopes for what that might mean for the Reading and Writing Center?
Honestly, I would love to see us to be able to open a traditional center that's voluntary where students come in because they want assistance rather than being required to sit in a class that we call the Reading and Writing Center. I guess the real question we have to answer this next semester as we pilot these courses is there still a need after students have 7 hours with an instructor? Is there still a need for such a center?
Yeah, I guess that's one of the big open questions that will remain to be seen, right? Although it's hard to imagine that there won't still be students in the population that would need that,
Yes, I think so. And one of the things we've been talking about is collaborating with other departments on campus to try to open some kind of center that would meet the needs across campus rather than just for developmental studies.
Well, interestingly, a question just came in also from Matthew. Does your center partner with other schools? And if so, what kind of collaborative efforts do you engage?
No, we have not. We're the only community college in our county, and the university has their own writing center for their students. So no, we haven't done any collaboration.
It'll be interesting to see with the move toward integrated reading and writing, becoming widespread in the state. If people start looking for support models and you know, the Reading and Writing Center looks like an obvious support for that huge curricular change, don't you think?
Yes, I think here we feel very fortunate because we've been teaching integrated courses so long that we're very, very comfortable with that model. And I think we're all just trying to figure out what to do about the Reading and Writing Center now that we have these new 8-week courses. That's something we haven't done before. So
Yeah.
it will be interesting to see how that plays out and what we learn about from our students.
It will. Maybe you'll join us at a future conference and tell us how it's been going and what kind of changes you're seeing.
Okay, that would be great.
Thank you so much for your time today, Darlene. I really enjoyed your presentation. I know a lot of other people did too. There's so many positive comments. So.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody else. Our next session, which was to begin in half an hour, was titled Reading and Modeling in the Composition Classroom with Dr. Stephen Fry, who sadly has had a family emergency that will prevent him from joining us. His presentation will be rescheduled for our spring conference, which will probably be scheduled on April 10th and 11th, but as conference attendees, you'll receive advance notice of that and of that agenda, and I apologize that we're not able to present this great session today. So take a little bit of time, get some coffee, grade some essays, and tune in again for our 3 o'clock Eastern Time presentation on rhetorical simulations. Thank you.
Welcome to GoToWebinar. Welcome to GoToWebinar, Web Events Made Easy.
Do not hear anything. Test your audio set is on below. Hello, hello?
Hello everyone, and welcome to Pearson's Speaking About Writing Online Conference. I'm Megan Zuccarini, Marketing Assistant for Pearson English. I'm glad you could join us today, and I hope you'll find the ideas presented by our speakers valuable for your teaching. For those who are new to our conference, I have a few quick reminders before the session begins, and I apologize to those of you who have been in previous sessions and have heard this already. If you're calling in by phone, please note that this is not a toll-free number. For that reason, we recommend that you select Use Mic and Speakers so you can listen toll-free through your computer speakers. You may notice that your line has been muted. This is to facilitate the presentation and to minimize ambient noise as well as interruptions for our speakers. We encourage you to ask questions using the box marked Questions on the right-hand side of your screen. You can ask questions at any point during the presentation, and when the formal presentation is over, I will use the remaining time to ask as many of your questions as possible. Any questions we don't get to will be forwarded, along with your email address, to the speaker directly, so all of your questions will be answered one way or another. Please include the school or institution with which you are affiliated at the beginning of your question. We'd also like to remind you that you can sign into and out of this conference as many times as you'd like over the course of the session. Okay, so let's get started. Our next presentation is titled Rhetorical Simulations, Teaching Writing with Interactive Technology, and our speakers are Jim Grenier and Peter Shea. Jim Grenier is a specialist in digital and personal communications for customer and student engagement. He was named one of 25 thought leaders in the field of virtual communications by the Association of Virtual Worlds in 2012. For his contributions to the book Virtual Leader, Game-Changing Skills and Strategies of the New Enterprise Manager. He remains a dedicated adjunct instructor and helped develop rhetorical simulations to assist students of developmental writing to better understand the critical thinking skills needed within the writing process. Peter Shea has worked as an English teacher, an instructor in educational media, an editor, an instructional designer, and writer. At present, he is the Director of Professional Development for Middlesex Community College in Massachusetts and serves as a co-editor of the journal Future Learning. Their presentation shares findings and best practices developed from 2 years of working with rhetorical simulations with developmental writing students in basic writing and explorations in humanity courses in classroom, hybrid, and learning community formats. Jim and Peter, are you ready to get started?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Okay, great. I'm going to hand it over to you guys then.
Okay, just a second. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate your time today. Hopefully what we'll do is we'll give you a short presentation about what rhetorical sims are, what we do with them, sorry about that, and what you might be able to do, and we'd like to ask your questions and your feedback, because that seems to be the best way for people to get the information they need. So, can you all see my screen right now?
I can.
Can you see it, Pete? Great, thanks. Mm-hmm. Contact information is right here down to the left-hand side if you need to get us afterwards. And again, questions will be forwarded. So, all right, what are rhetorical simulations? Well, the objectives today are to kind of explain that and to demonstrate the tool and how they're used for developmental students. And what they do essentially is to help students to think and make decisions like writers, as it says here, without first having to generate their own text. And that's going to be the big thing. We know obviously in the writing process there's generating text and then there's making decisions about text. And we're not saying you should get rid of the generation part, but we're going to talk about some of the advantages of maybe putting it off while we focus on the decision-making process. Okay, so who are we? There we are with a really horrible picture, but I hope that gives you an idea. And we've already had the lovely introduction, which we really appreciate from Megan. But there's a little bit of information about us. And this all started at Middlesex Community College, although the original idea for rhetorical sims in the first few were created from Pete, and he can tell us a story actually about how he got started with it. Pete, do you mind sharing that?
Not at all. Several years ago, I worked for a medical college in Florida, and my office was next to a simulation lab, which are quite common for medical colleges. And one day in my office, I heard crying, which is kind of unusual in a suite of doctor's offices, unless it's tax time. And I went up and I asked what was going on. I said, well, the crying was coming from the simulation lab. I said, well, what do you mean? they said the students are taking their final medical exam, and one of the medical students, quote unquote, killed her patient. And I remember my reaction to it. To one degree, I felt bad for the poor young woman. On the other side, I thought, it's just a virtual patient. But it struck me what a powerful learning experience it was, and how lucky people in the health sciences were to have such a tool. And at the time, I was also teaching writing, and I was frustrated by some of the lack of success with traditional methods, and I thought it would be great if we had some sort of equivalent tool to use with writing students, particularly writing students who are developmental and struggling, but with all types of writing students across the writing spectrum. It occurred to me from observing students for many years that one of the problems was they spent a lot of energy generating a text, and then they had to think about making selections from what they generated. In other words, what to keep in, what to throw out, and how to arrange what they were keeping. And so I thought, you know, if they had blocks of text, so they just had to assemble based upon a writing prompt and a specific audience, that would lift the burden of having to generate a text and would allow them to focus on the very crucial activity of selecting and arranging. So in a sense, it was simulating a rhetorical situation. They weren't coming up with the original message, but they were arranging pre-existing elements in order to create an effective message. And that freed them up to think about selection and arranging, and then have conversations about how they went about making their decision. And just as importantly, I discovered, since they hadn't created the original text blocks themselves, there was no ego involvement. In other words, they didn't resist criticism of their selections because it wasn't really originally their text. It was a text created by someone else. So the kind of defensiveness that often pervades the teaching of writing and the learning of writing no longer existed, and they could have quite fruitful discussions about what involved writing. So that was basically the genesis of it. So, and after about a year or so, I was responding to a prompt on an email list from Clark Aldridge, who is one of the leaders in simulation design, looking for interesting stories related to the application of simulation-based learning practices. And so I talked with Clark, and he included a portion of a chapter on what I was doing with this technique in his book, Learning Online with Game Simulations in Virtual Worlds. And so that's basically how it started. And we've used it over the years with various writing students, and we've gotten very interesting responses. I've even used it with teacher training. I had a group of teachers from various disciplines be given a writing prompt, and then having to assemble the best possible text from the selections given. And I was struck by the fact that there were two dominant versions of a potential text created by the teachers, and the split was down by discipline. People on the humanities favored the narrative-driven version, and people in the math and sciences favored the data-driven version, which led to a very interesting conversation about how disciplinary values shape the conception of a good academic text, and how when we talk to students as if there's one ideal academic version of a text, that can be quite misleading. So it's been a very interesting tool from that perspective as well. So what you see on your screen right now is an example of what we mean. It's a very simple tool. You start with a basic prompt, and you are then given 3 potential opening paragraphs to the prompt. And then after reading through the 3 prompts, you choose one by clicking it on, and that will bring you to a second page, which will show you the prompt the text you chose, and then give you selections for a second follow-up paragraph, as so. And then again, you have to read 3 sample paragraphs, but this time you have to make certain that the paragraph you choose connects in tone with the first paragraph you chose. So the choice here is a little more complex. So finally, you choose one of the 3 selections, and you create a very, very short, simple text with a code, version 2-5 in this case. And then what I typically ask students to do is print up their version of the text, and then find other students who have the same version and gather with them. And then those people have to collectively argue why their version of the text is the best possible one. And that leads to some very interesting conversations and hopefully generate what we think of as rhetorical thinking. So.
And actually, what's interesting, and we showed you an earlier photo of Middlesex where Pete and I both work in different capacities, but you might have noticed a really nice-looking campus. Not that they're both not nice, but one of them was extremely nice, and it's the kind of the Rolling Hills traditional campus, and the other is more of an urban setting. So we have quite a diverse group of students as far as who is prepared, preparedness for school, for writing levels, and these different things. And we both teach basic writing. Pete teaches comp. I also teach a developmental course, Explorations in Humanities, which is sort of an intro to humanities, but very hands-on for developmental students. And we've been using them with developmental students for the last, 3 years, I think, Pete, just about now?
Yeah, I would say, but 3 years since we introduced them. I would say 2 and a half, 3 years, I would say.
Yeah, and what's interesting and what's good about these for developmental students is it's that whole piece about not generating text at this particular point. And we all have to walk them through, obviously, all the stages of the writing process. But if you can give them the opportunity to look at it, then they're able to take their ego off the line, for example. So they look at it, they can be a little more objective, and they can actually have discussions where they don't feel like what many developmental students feel like over the years, which is they don't feel like they're up to it. They're worried about what people are going to think of them. They have been told they're not good writers, or sometimes they've told themselves they're not good writers over the years. And so the nice thing about that is it takes that element of fear and discomfort off the table, at least, so they can focus on the critical thinking. Another problem, and I'd love to hear your feedback, but some of the things that we've heard, it's probably a common phrase, which is the students say, at any level, really, give us a sample of that. Well, we say, well, we would like you to write a piece of expository writing, and they say, I don't know what that means, give me a sample. So if you can give them an example, they look at it and they say, oh, now I know what you're looking for, I understand. So those two factors together, taking the ego off the table and giving them like a concrete example that they can work with, tend to work together. And what you get is a very positive experience for most of these students. And they'll say things like, well, okay, I understand it now. One student I like to talk about, his name is James, and James has some disabilities, and he never exactly articulated what they were, but he has a very difficult time walking, and he's able to walk, but he has a very difficult time, and he has a hard time with reading, and so a number of things. James used to walk to my class in the snow, in the bad weather up here in New England, that semester, and he would walk about 1.5 miles to be there, and it was a difficult thing for him. He was motivated. He would come to class, and we went through this before, and he said to me, I want to thank you for this. He said, because now I see what I'm supposed to do. It's very clear, and I can practice it. And that's another option. We talked about the group work, but these could be worked with in blended courses. They could be worked in fully online courses. We've talked about that with other groups, Mass Colleges Online and some others. So most of you probably don't have basic writing completely online, although that's one of those things we're talking about, and I know that there's a movement in different areas to combine basic writing with reading courses and have it be 6-credit courses or whatever form that might take. So there's a lot of opportunities here, again, for the hands-on. And that seems to make a difference for most of the developmental students that we encounter.
Yes, and my sense is, too, is that for my colleagues in developmental writing, they're really eager for new tools. Many of them have already exhausted the existing methodologies. And this particular kind of tool was designed to address some of the stumbling blocks. Like we said before, the ego investment that people have in their own text and their fear that if we criticize their text, we're criticizing them. And to the mental energy that goes into just having to generate a text. Those of us who've done any kind of writing remember how difficult it is just to get over the hump of producing sentences and paragraphs. And it's difficult for those of us who've been doing it for years, and those of the people who've been barely doing it in their lives, and being told that this is a gateway skill to the higher education they need. The stress is even greater. So this is one of those ways in which we can get them to think rhetorically without feeling that they're under the microscope. And one of the things we like to stress with this tool is that when we create the options, we don't create one that's good and one that's bad. We really try to create a spectrum of potentials. So there may be 2 or 3 good responses to a particular writing prompt that are produced by the students. So we move them away from that black and white binary thinking about the good version, the bad version. There are good or bad versions on a spectrum of possibilities, and that's one of the things we want them to see. And I think this is a potentially good tool for promoting that kind of thinking. Because any writing course, if you were to rename it, could be called Introduction to Rhetorical Thinking, and that's really what is required for them to develop in order to become accomplished communicators and good writers. So.
Yeah, and when we started coming up with examples too, and we've done quite a few, it's interesting because Pete and I have kind of different backgrounds. We both have a love of teaching and technology and using it to empower students, but we both have kind of different discipline type backgrounds. And so, so we've used them in different areas. As a matter of fact, we started dividing up the work, and Pete, I don't think we consciously decided this, but just the way it was is that you were doing more of the traditional English, and I started focusing more on the communication side of it and some of the things. So you can actually customize these to different needs, and it's interesting you talked about, Pete, like you like to say about the every class could be considered introductory to rhetorical thinking and its discipline too, but you can do this with other forms of writing. So you can customize it, make it easier, make it more difficult, focus on different areas, persuasive writing or narrative or whatever it is you think that your students need. So we talk about this being kind of the keystone, this skill to taking us through college and beyond. It really works that way. In addition to the basic writing students, when I take it to a business communications course or a marketing course, we do things, professional development style things. So how do you write a customer service letter, email, or how do you write a cover letter for a job? I mean, you can basically take any kind of writing challenge or problem that you have and customize it to your students' needs.
Yeah. And I've been approached by people in non-writing courses and other courses where there is a writing component, as there are for many academic courses. For example, Law and Order. They want to introduce their students to the conception of a police report, what's appropriate to put in a police report and what's not. And rhetorical simulations for that can be developed. And for legal writing as well, I've had people discuss with me about intro to law classes where you're trying to get students to think in terms of the rhetorical style of legal documents. And again, no matter what level people are at, there's always a danger of that ego investment where if they generate a text, they feel that you're attacking them, no matter how delicately you phrase your criticism. So a technique like this really enables you to teach these kind of skills without having that kind of anxiety.
Sorry, so we're jumping a little ahead there. So I'd like to open the floor, actually, if you have questions. We're pretty interactive style teachers ourselves, so if you have questions, we'd love to talk about it specifically. If there's something you've seen or a challenge you've seen in writing or something you wonder if this could address it or not, or a question about how we might use it in some way, feel free. We'll just open the floor for that.
Hi, Jim and Peter. We do have a question from the audience. Let's see. His name is Luke, and he said, I really like this idea. He's referring to your activity. I really like this idea as it gets students actively practicing before they gain mastery. I was wondering, have you considered migrating this to a fully interactive online module which includes some feedback for each paragraph combination? I also saw the possibility of reflective text box questions to involve students in metacognition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, we have, Luke, and thank you for your question. That's excellent. That's actually a fairly common question. And the short answer is yes, we have, and we've got some designs on that. It would take a lot more coding than either Peter or I do at the moment. True. So we do a little of that, but it's really not in either of our basic area. So yes, and the reflection. One of the questions we got last time we gave this presentation at an academic conference was, and we open it up to the floor. That's really kind of our style. And one of the questions was, it was very similar to your asking about the reflection box, where they'd say, well, is there a right answer you could give a student, or could you prompt the next, as it came up, suggestions based upon the student's previous questions? So that kind of idea, or the ability even to, what you might have meant, and I'm sorry we're not able to speak quite as much, just voice, but one of the things, it would be something like, and I don't know if you're suggesting that the student type it in and then this teacher can go back and go through it and respond. That's another possibility too, yeah.
When I first started making these, I wanted to point out that I deliberately chose the technology to keep the technology simple, because I realized when I introduced it to teachers and I used the more advanced kind of software, I would mention that and they would get scared because of the technology and anxiety that many teachers have. So I deliberately kept the principle as simple as possible, but with an idea that once people became comfortable, we could create a more fully developed interactive version of it, like the one you're referring to.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have another question from Nora from Illinois Valley Community College, and she asks, what technology do you use to create these simulations? Can you talk a bit about the process of creation and dissemination?
Yes, I first started creating them. The first ones were created with a program called Adobe Captivate, which creates interactive sims. And then I realized I didn't need something that complicated. I basically started at some point, and then with Jim's assistance, using PowerPoints and using the hyperlink tool in PowerPoint to create the branches of choices. And then I saved it as an Adobe PDF so it would be more web friendly. So that's basically the only tool that we use for basic wet sims is a PowerPoint, which is then saved as a PDF file.
And the nice thing about that too is it really empowers teachers, at least at this level, to customize this as much as they want, as that they need to. In fact, when we give a talk in a face-to-face format, we always offer, we said, get in touch with us afterwards. We're happy to help you to customize them and make a few on your own. The only thing that we ask is if we help you, that you're willing to share your ideas with others. We'd like to have a database with, at least at that level, this is sort of a pre-coding level, but if we were to do it this way, a database where teachers can share with each other, so you could look it up by discipline if you were to need to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and we had another one just come in from Gwen from Ivy Tech Community College. She said, I like the idea of SIM as part of a course, but I wonder if that is the only component to the class. How would you help them to explore their own ideas and generate their own text as well?
Well, I've never taught this as the only component of the class, because the class should never be about the tool. The tool is merely the facilitation of the larger teaching objective. I mean, I add this to the toolkit I've used as a writing teacher for years, which is small group work, samples that can be projected either if it's a face-to-face class on overhead or an online course in a folder where they can see it. So it's one tool that I use, and once they get more confidence, what I usually do is follow with a more traditional assignment where they're given a prompt and they have to then generate a text themselves. But I found it I found that using it as a good pre-writing tool works fairly well, because it gets them thinking like a writer before they have to do the full writing task itself. And in the past, that usually came down to simply conversations among the students and myself about what constituted a good text, but this I found was the kind of missing link. But again, I'm a great SIM enthusiast, but I wouldn't just use SIM, again, because it's never about the tools. It's about what you're trying to achieve with the tools. So that's the approach that I take.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. We have one last question from Tim, who asks, do you find that the technology is just another barrier for ESL or ELL students, or is it even in the playing field at all?
It's very simple. I would use this with elementary school students as well. I mean, my son could do this. I mean, it's simply a matter of giving them a prompt, making a few selections on a screen, and then getting an output. And the output can be either read off a screen or printed up. So the technology is it was deliberately meant very simple, because my own experience in instructional technology, working with both teachers and students, is sometimes fear of the technology gets in the way of the objective. So it's best to introduce something with a very simplified technology so they understand the principle and then once that comfort level is established, move on to more complex technology. But no, for ESL, I don't see this as an issue.
Yeah, matter of fact, most of my classes that have been basic writing classes, all the basic writing classes actually have been through flexible studies, and up until this year, we always have combined the basic writing with the basic ELL students. So there was one semester where I had actually 7 native languages, if you include English, which is mine. But
wow.
there were Spanish, Portuguese, Chinese, Greek, English, and then there were 2 more. There was one gentleman who spoke a dialect. He was from India. He's a doctor, actually. He was brilliant, but very heavily accented, and then Korean, I believe it was. So we're talking about, that was a few years ago, and I actually did use this with them, and they like to, obviously, when you're working with someone who's an ELL learner, sometimes the visuals help them quite a bit, because it's not just the audio, it's the visual. They can see the words, and it helps them to process that a little bit easier.
Okay. Let me just see. Oh, we have one more question coming in, so if you guys just hang on for 1 second,
sure,
please.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, we have someone named Jamie who's wondering if you could walk us through one of your sims, if you guys have time for that, since we have a little bit of time left in this session. Just
sure.
Just walk it through as a student would see it, maybe.
Sure, absolutely. The screen's not going to look as pretty because you're going to see all the things in the background here. But we can do that. Sure, sure. Let's get off the PowerPoint and let's go to it. Close that out just for a second, if you would. All kinds of stuff in the background. Doesn't look as professional that way, but I think we can deal with it. If you can, we can. Let's go to the retsims.com website. Okay. Pete and I set this up just as a way to give people a touch point to walk through it. There's a video here that I just recently did focused on developmental students. If you're interested, it's available on that website there. Let's see. Should we go to students persuasive writing? Students work hard?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, that's the one that I always get such great success with. It's great with teachers because it really shows them how their disciplinary. That's the one where they really broke down between disciplines about what was important. And I remember an argument almost broke out. An economist was disputing the English teacher's assertion that a narrative-driven version was good because data trumps narrative in his view. So. Right.
So and easy if you want to check this out. retsims.com, then that link takes you right here, and this is exactly the way a student would see it. Okay, you notice that it's a PDF. All right. So, Pete, do you want to walk it through it? Here's the scenario.
Sure.
If you're comfortable with that.
It says basically in your college writing class, you are assigned to write an essay in which you attempt to convince a skeptical reader that college students today are hard-working people handling enormous pressure. The target reader is an adult, older than 40, who last attended college 20 or more years ago. Given the setup, choose from the 3 paragraphs below the best opening paragraph of this essay. Now, the first version on the left is heavily weighted with statistical information. Like I said before, it isn't a good, bad, it's multiple versions. The second version starts with the day in the life of a typical student and talks about Anita, her day beginning at 5 a.m. She gets up, has a quick breakfast, and it basically lays out her whole day. And the third version is the kind of immature, flawed version that we might see from some students. And it was actually a lot of fun writing these up because one of the things about being an English teacher is after a couple of years, you have thousands of examples in your brain of ineffective writing that you can model yourself on when you're creating your own texts. So let's just choose, like for example, the middle paragraph there. Let's choose the middle paragraph and click that on. Okay, now you'll see at the top of the page is that paragraph. So you don't have to remember what you chose. It's right there in blue. And now the student has to choose an accompanying paragraph. So they look below, and they see 3 sample paragraphs. And let's choose the one on the far left. Okay. So there's version 2.-4, and this combines a narrative-driven version with the first paragraph and one that moves into a broader, more statistical approach in the second paragraph. And it's workable. It's not the only workable version of this text, but it is one potential version. And if the students are uncertain, you'll notice at the very bottom, there's click here to return to the last page. So there's always the option of going back. So they're never stuck that way. So the navigation tools are meant to be very simple. So at that point, if it was an online course, for example, you'd say just indicate that you have version 2-4. And the instructor can have a version of 2-4 in a folder on the online course, which they can go see. Or if it's in a regular class, you can have the student print up a version and just carry on the paper version in class with them, which they can then write on. And the two approaches could be is to either have them grouped with students who have the same version, or simply have students in pre-existing groups compare their versions and then go around explaining to one another why they thought these paragraphs were the best possible responses. So it gets them to think about the kind of problems that are related to communication situations, basically rhetorical thinking. And we try to keep it very simple because, again, we don't want to overwhelm either the teacher or the students with the technology.
Okay. Thank you both so much for walking through that. I know it wasn't exactly planned, but I think everybody really benefited from just seeing you guys walk through it. Right. Okay, well, thank you guys so much for this great session, Jim and Peter. And thank you to all of you who stayed online with us, throughout the day and through this session. Just as a reminder, all these sessions were recorded today, and we'll be posting the recordings and the PowerPoints to the Speaking About website. All of you that attended will be receiving an email once those materials go up. So you'll be good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Goodbye. Good day.